Chapter 1264. Reverend F.A. Jing held the purple gold alms bowl and stared at the golden skeleton in front of him. The golden skeleton was the body of an old monk. Part of his bones had already turned into jade, especially the finger bones that were digging into the black demonic earth and reaching out in the direction of F.A. Jing and the others. The fingertips had completely turned into fine jade. Of course, F.A. Jing was familiar with this special jade-like transformation. Fingerbone relic. A fingerbone relic that was close to becoming a bodhisattva had died in the gap of the blood sea of tribulation eye. Before he died, he was still struggling towards the blood sea of tribulation eye. The bodhisattvas and arhats like Reverend M.O. Shu'a and Reverend F.A. Jing, as well as the nameless old monk who had already sat on the lotus seats and quietly mingled with a group of ascetics, all felt a bone-piercing chill. Did we escape from the blood sea of tribulation eye, or did we barge into an even more terrifying place? An old monk looked at the Buddha bone relic in shock. Perhaps compared to here, the blood sea of tribulation eye is the safest place. We've barged into an even more despairing place. Master Fajing also felt that this possibility could not be ruled out. After all, they had just escaped from the blood sea of calamity after going through so much trouble and taking such a great risk. Then they turned around and saw the skeleton of a powerful being desperately fleeing in the direction of the blood sea of calamity eye. They could not help but have a ridiculous thought. We are running out, but the people outside are trying to escape inside. Where is the safe place? The purple gold alms bowl in F.A. Jing's hand trembled slightly, as if it was trembling in fear. F.A. Jing had never seen this primordial spiritual treasure react on its own. Most of the time, even when trapped in the blood sea of tribulation eye, suffering from the destructive power of tribulation, and facing the threat of Dara's skeleton, this primordial spiritual treasure would still look lazy and calm. But now, the purple gold alms bowl was shining brightly, illuminating the path ahead. Countless black, gloomy, twisted ancient trees took root in the black, demonic soil. Not far away, the profound underworld bone ship that the demonic cultivators were riding was stuck in the center of the demonic soil. A faint layer of evil aura floated above it. The shadows of the demonic cultivators were shrouded in a thin mist. They were indistinct, like ghosts, very strange. There must be a reason why the purple gold alms bowl suddenly shone so brightly. F.A. Jing said solemnly, "This doesn't look like a good place. Junior brothers, hurry and get through here. Ignore those demon lords." Yes, the old monks put their palms together and accepted the order. Master Fajing raised the purple gold alms bowl, and the mouth of the alms bowl emitted infinite light to illuminate the road ahead. The black, demonic soil turned into golden divine soil under the light, and the roots of the strange ancient tree rolled, avoiding the illumination of the Buddha's light. Bursts of Sanskrit chanting floated from the depths of the demonic soil, and for a time, a sacred path was opened on the demonic soil. The group walked on this path and quickly passed through the demonic earth. The chanting of Sanskrit rang in their ears. Finally, someone couldn't help but listen to it. Then they couldn't stop. The old monk said in shock, "This sounds like the revered one of the world is preaching." As soon as he said this, the few old monks who were with him couldn't help but eavesdrop. They couldn't stop themselves. Fajing panicked. He raised the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and waved it at the few of them, sucking them into the alms bowl. At the same time, he shouted with the thunder chant, causing the Transcendent's golden bodies to tremble and his six senses to tremble. Fajing shouted, "This is the demonic soil in the depths of the ultimate. Where did the revered one of the world's teachings come from? This demonic soil is strange and unpredictable. It must be the work of the demonic creatures in the demonic soil. It's the external demons that are shaking your minds. Quickly clean your souls and don't be infected by the external demons." The rest of the people didn't dare to listen anymore. They quickened their pace and prepared to pass through this strange, demonic soil as soon as possible. Only the nameless, old monk frowned slightly. He listened for a while and frowned secretly. It really seems to be the voice of the revered one of the world. Why did the revered one of the world stop here? Why did he come to the depths of the ultimate? Buddhism had its own Tao rank system, which didn't agree with the mainstream of the untainted land. It was equivalent to having its own internal upgrade system. Whether it was Arhat, Bodhisattva, Buddha, or Gautama, they couldn't correspond to the mainstream of the untainted land. Some Arhats, Venerables, and Bodhisattvas had already achieved the Tao of Dara, but most Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Venerables weren't at the Tao rank of Dara. Therefore, there would sometimes be a strange situation where the Dara protector Jiaolan had to submit to the Tao rank of Bodhisattva. However, as long as one achieved the Tao rank of Dara, the revered one of the world and a few Gautama would most likely bestow a lotus throne as a reward. Therefore, the Dara in Buddhism also had a nickname, the one who sits on the lotus throne. It was also known as the lotus throne. The nameless old monk was a mighty person who sat on the lotus throne. He snuck into the Buddhist ascetic cultivators to take the opportunity to investigate the secrets of the depths of the ultimate. At the same time, he secretly protected the people of Buddhism. Ever since Pangu opened up the ultimate had been extremely secretive. Countless secrets of the untainted land were buried there. Back then, when Dragon Count was fishing, he sank into the two divine mountains. After the destruction of the ancient celestial court and the primordial demon court, the ruins also fell into the ultimate. There was also the Valley of Tang, where the sun rose in the past, including the Fusang divine tree. Even the remains of the 9 golden crows that Yi shot down fell from Zhongtian into the ultimate. This was also the tomb of a powerful being. After Gonggong angrily touched Mount Buzhou, his corpse was washed into the ultimate by the water of the celestial river. The demon ancestor Ro was also sealed in the ultimate. Even the tribulation taker of the battle of the gods, Shingongbao, was buried alive in the ultimate. Countless mighty figures had hidden their schemes and secret clues and evidence in the sinkhole. This also led to the fact that not many Dara dared to enter the ultimate. Firstly, it was because the ultimate was an incomparably dangerous environment and the demon ancestor Ro was suppressed in it. Secondly, it was also because entering rashly would arouse the vigilance of the powerful beings, who knew whose dirty secrets one wanted to investigate, whose dark history one wanted to dig up. Did one want to find out why the celestial court was destroyed? How did Emperor June of the demon court die? Who was the only surviving golden crow prince? Did the 4 immortal slaying swords return to Ro's hands? What did Empress Hua do in the battle of the gods? Was the destruction of the underworld caused by Empress Hutu? Did Ancestor River Styx do anything to Xianming, Ancestor Dragon, Gonggong, and Kuinpong? How many generations did the Emperor of Heaven of the ancient celestial court pass down? Who were their identities? Who was the actual controller of the underworld? Fengdu the Great? King Yanluo? Qing Hua Empress? Earth Count of Yuta City? Ancient great shamans? Knowing any one of these secrets would cost one his life. At the same time, he would attract the attention of these masterminds and be plotted against by dozens of powerful beings who had schemed against the entire primordial era. Who could bear the responsibility? Just thinking about it made the nameless, old monk tremble in fear. Even if Dara hadn't died, he wouldn't have been so reckless. However, these secrets were very tempting. Most of the secrets of the primordial era were buried here. Knowing any one of them would bring endless benefits. Moreover, the remains of the ancient celestial court, Idu, Hades, the 10 halls of Yanluo, Hali, the remains of the 33 heavens of the heaven realm, the fragments of the ancient demon court and Mount Buzhou, as well as a large portion of the fragments when the primordial era was shattered, had all fallen into the ruins of End. There were countless pre-celestial spirit treasures buried there. It could be said to be the largest treasure trove in the primordial era. Therefore, although the ruins of End was a taboo for Dara, a place where the dark history of the great mediums was buried, and anyone who touched it would die. Everyone wanted to be on the brink of death and take a peek at the taboo inside. The nameless monk was one such person who was pushed out to take a peek at the secrets of the sinkhole. When he saw that long Xian Ming bone spike, he was already frightened. A shocking secret was placed in front of him, but he could only look straight ahead. He was not one of those Lord of Tao who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At least, the old monk could be sure that the sea of blood in the eye of tribulation was definitely an incarnation of ancestor River Styx. If he dared to secretly check whether the body of ancestor wizard Xianming was hidden under the sea of Xianming genuine water, he might meet a young man with 2 swords on his back, smiling at him. At this moment, in the middle of the ruins of End, the nameless old monk heard the voice of the revered one of the world. He was both excited and vigilant, so he did not intend to stop F.A. Jing. It was a great opportunity to listen to the revered one of the world's preaching, but this was not the right place. This place was extremely strange, and even the nameless old monk felt that the danger was unpredictable. The blood sea of tribulation eye and King Poya's body looked extremely dangerous, but in fact, Dara did not care about them. The blood sea of tribulation I could not destroy Dara, and Poya was only a Dara when he was alive. If Poya was not afraid of him when he was alive, who would be afraid of him when he was dead and only a corpse was left? From this, it could be seen that this devil territory was much more dangerous than the blood sea. But if the incarnation of River Styx was included in the blood sea of tribulation, it would be a different story. The group quickened their pace. If they wanted to leave this devil territory, they had to pass through the Xianming white bone devil ship in the center. F.A. Jing had already told them that no matter what the devil children were doing, they should just speed up and pass through. When they came to the side of the Xianming bone ship, a few ascetic old monks couldn't help but sneak a peek. They saw a few indistinct shadows standing on the side of the ship, their faces gazing towards the depths of the demonic earth. Everyone was standing still. A few of the famous old demons with distinct personalities were expressionless, looking numb and silent. The silence was so strange and terrifying that the group could not help but quicken their pace again. But as their footsteps approached, an old devil on the side of the ship slowly turned his head to look at them. The old monks with profound meditation skills could not help but raise their eyebrows, and the monks who were not good at meditation skills almost cried out. The old devil's eyes were pitch black without the slightest luster, as the old devils turned their heads one after another and stared at them as if they were dead. The group of Buddhists' mouths and tongues went dry, and their heartbeats sped up. They quickly passed the Xianming white bone ship. In front of them, under the infinite light of the purple gold alms bowl, there were still a few ancient trees that had not moved. F.A. Jing saw an old acquaintance on the face of one of the ancient trees, the face of the corpse god old man from the corpse sect. The corpse god old man looked at them and said in a low voice, "This is the Garden of Solitude." Master F.A. Jing's hands trembled, and he almost dropped the purple gold alms bowl. The nameless old monk's heart was also filled with countless curses. F.A. Jing couldn't help saying, "Impossible, the Garden of Solitude is still in the whirling world." The nameless old monk also denied it in his heart. This demonic land had fallen into the ultimate at least before the destruction of chaos, and after that the central whirling world had split into dozens of huge Buddhist worlds, including the Jambudvipa world, where the holy land Mount Meru was located. The Garden of Solitude was in the Jambudvipa world, and there was even a holy land built on it by the son of Buddha, the Dalanda Temple. The nameless old monk had once cultivated in the Dalanda Temple for 3 yuan hui, and it could be said that he had presided over the Garden of Solitude for a long time. If this was the Garden of Solitude, then what was the holy land where he had cultivated? That is just the body of the Garden of Solitude. This is the true soul, the sentience, and the essence of the Garden of Solitude. As if talking to the nameless old monk, the corpse god old man said slowly, I know you think I'm no longer the corpse god. In fact, I'm still the corpse god old man, but not just the corpse god old man. This is the garden of solitude, the Mahesvara, and a place of enlightenment of Ancestor River Styx. It's used to verify some of Ancestor River Styx's ideas about life. Back then, Ancestor River Styx and the revered one of River Styx's discussions about the Garden of Solitude. When it came to the issue of all living beings, Ancestor River Styx and the revered one both believed that sentience was all living beings. But when it came to the understanding of life, they had differences. What is life? Where are the boundaries of life? Ancestor River Styx was not the kind of person who relied on words. Every time the revered one proposed a definition of life, he would create a life that surpassed that definition. Ancestor River Styx had created countless strange life forms. As the life forms he created became more and more bizarre, Saint Mother Nuwa and Queen Huda joined hands and forced River Styx to destroy those strange life forms to prevent them from threatening the survival of normal life forms in the untainted land. However, Ancestor River Styx believed that there was no difference between life forms. Only natural selection and natural elimination could determine the survival of life forms. The two sides had a disagreement and started a war. During the war, the revered one, the three pure ones, and the great emperor all supported Saint Mother Nuwa and Queen Hutu. They believed that the strange life forms created by Ancestor River Styx could not survive in the untainted land, because they had created all the past life forms in the untainted land, including the 6 beasts and 7 birds, all kinds of postnatal and connate life forms, and even the human race. What River Styx had created were the races and life forms that challenged the limits of life and creation. Facing the joint attack of the almighty mediums, Ancestor River Styx had to compromise. Only the races that were similar to the existing life forms in the untainted land could survive in the untainted land. The other strange and unusual life forms had to become taboos and sink into the ultimate, never to be seen again. This was the experimental site for the creation of those life forms, and the only place where they could survive and reproduce. This is where the forbidden life forms of the untainted land are sealed, the realm of freedom. Ancestor Corpse God said gloomily. At this time, the nameless old monk and Fodging realized that although the old man Corpse God didn't hide anything and even told them everything he knew, the strangeness was getting more and more obvious. For example, as the old man Corpse God spoke, many things didn't need to be explained and they could understand it inexplicably. A great terror was approaching, but they couldn't stop it. An ascetic old monk next to Fodging said in a trembling voice, "Senior Brother Fodging, I think I saw the debate in the past. In the debate that defined the life forms of the untainted land, Queen Huda believed that only those with souls and spirits could be reincarnated are life forms. Without true spirits, those that can't be reincarnated are not life forms." Fodging seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear, telling him, but Ancestor River Styx said that those with souls and spirits could be reincarnated are life forms. Then, are ghosts also life forms? When people die, they become ghosts. Are ghosts also life forms? The revered one of the world believes that there are hungry ghosts in the world, and ghosts are of course life forms. Queen Huta didn't think that ghosts were life forms. Ghosts are the opposite of life forms of death. Ancestor River Styx snorted and thought that death was not the essence of life forms. Is the undead a life form? Is Dara a life form? Can reincarnation include all life forms? Ancestor River Styx immediately created dozens of strange ghosts that could reproduce, survive, and communicate, surpassing death and reincarnation. Queen Hutu was furious and sent those ghosts into reincarnation. But Queen Hutu could no longer deny that ghosts are not life forms. Ancestor River Styx then created Chi. The death of ghosts is Chi. The death of Chi is She, and the death of She is E. Chi is an existence that challenged the order of reincarnation. It is a kind of invisible and inexplicable existence. Humans can't see ghosts, and ghosts can't see chi. So chi can't be discovered with divine thoughts. Ghosts are formed from the souls of humans after they die, and chi is formed from the remnant thoughts of ghosts after their souls dissipate. Master Fajing's mind was filled with more and more things. He said with a trembling voice, "This is the land of chi. Ghosts are lives born after humans die, and chi is life born after ghosts die." Just like that, life was passed on endlessly. This was because the final destination of ghosts was reincarnation, and reincarnation included the soul and the true spirit. Therefore, the life after reincarnation was essentially still the him before reincarnation. However, after the death of the ghost, chi had nothing to do with the original ghost. Chi is an existence that surpasses reincarnation. The revered one of the world and River Styx debated and believed that all living beings are sentient, which is the fate produced by feeling the six senses. Ancestor River Styx agreed with the revered one of the world's views, but he also raised a doubt. All living beings use the six senses to feel the world and produce all kinds of thoughts. Thoughts, ideas, knowledge, and concepts are born from feeling and continue because of thinking. Since the revered one of the world admits that the six senses give birth to sentience, sentient beings are all living beings. Then is sentience all living beings? All living beings are sentient, or sentience. Thoughts, ideas, understanding, concepts, and knowledge are all living beings? Ancestor River Styx gave an example. In the process of the development and change of the universe, there is a certain phenomenon of self-growth, reproduction, feeling, consciousness, will, evolution, interaction, and other rich possibilities, which is similar to life. And a kind of thought can self-grow and perfect, can mutate and evolve, and can transmit and reproduce. It itself is feeling and consciousness, containing will, and it can also be perfected through interaction. This phenomenon is very similar to life. There was originally no Buddha or Dharma in the world, but because of feeling and the various thoughts of all living beings, a brand new concept was born, Dharma. And this concept is not born out of thin air. It evolved from a low-level feeling to a high-level understanding, and then from understanding to thinking. Finally, thinking is continuously passed down and summarized, becoming a kind of thinking. Finally, it becomes the root of consciousness, and the consciousness of all living beings comes from it. Isn't this a kind of life? Life is sentient, or is it sentience? A low-level life is feeling. A higher level is knowing, and finally, knowing is summarized as thinking, and the thinking develops into thinking, and the thinking shapes consciousness. Is Buddha life, or is Dharma life? Master F.A. Jing understood River Styx's crazy thoughts. He started to feel a deep fear, wanting to cut off all the crazy thoughts that had been instilled in his mind. He could not imagine that River Styx's thoughts here were that thoughts were life, emotions were sentience, and thoughts were all living beings. Of course, the revered one would not agree to such crazy thoughts, but River Styx smiled and said, "What harm is there in trying? If such a life exists, then the beginning of life is feeling." River Styx said, "I created you a formless and intangible existence. It is a kind of thought. I cut off one of my thoughts and turned it into you. Actually, you has existed since the moment life began to think. However, as a phenomenon that exists in the minds of all living beings, it cannot exist alone. I've cut off my current thoughts and thoughts, turning them into something that exists on its own, invisible and intangible. I've given my thoughts a skin, but their essence is still thoughts. Other than allowing them to exist without any carrier, I haven't made any other changes. Now my thoughts have become one. Since you is a thought, it can definitely be transmitted. The reproduction of you is to replicate itself and transmit itself so it can be felt." River Styx pointed downwards. "Everything that exists in the Garden of Solitude can feel you. Even if it is an ignorant rock, you can make it feel it. As the rock gradually understands my thoughts." River Styx smiled and said, "It has its own consciousness. because feeling produces cognition, and cognition is summarized into thoughts. When the thoughts are deeply rooted, it will allow people to recognize themselves and produce consciousness. If the rock can understand my thoughts, it will naturally become a conscious life. Its thoughts and cognition will also become you. Its thoughts will also be transformed into pyrolite and transmitted to the other mischievous rocks around it. At first, the mischievous rocks can only understand feelings and have spirituality at the level of plants. However, plants can directly understand pyrolite. They're more likely to understand pyrolite and will soon develop their own consciousness. The easiest to understand pyrolite is, of course, an existence with complete spiritual intelligence or great wisdom. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are knowledgeable and intelligent people. If the rock wants to understand my thoughts and to know you, it needs to start from the most basic feeling and make up for it bit by bit. This is because the thought of ghost cannot be understood. Only by knowing death and life can one understand ghosts. However, to understand death and life, one needs to understand more concepts before that. This is the heredity of information. Only by creating something out of nothing and completing the entire system can one fully understand my thoughts. However, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have the basic understanding of my thoughts. Just a little bit, and you will be able to understand them. At this moment, the you that is formed from my thoughts has already been rooted in everyone's mind. Now, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas think about it. Is a thought, or you a kind of life? River Styx asked. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who were listening to the lecture looked at each other. What River Styx said was not something that was incomprehensible. They understood River Styx's thoughts, but they did not agree with River Styx's thoughts. River Styx smiled and said, "It's good that you understand, because I have cut off a thought and turned the thought of this moment into you. Therefore, understanding my thoughts is equivalent to infecting you. This kind of infection is a kind of worldview. For example, if you understand the Dharma, you will have the supernatural power of the Dharma. If you understand my you thoughts, you will naturally have the supernatural power of you thoughts. Now, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas can turn their thoughts into you. You has 3 supernatural powers. The first is information immortality. The essence of you is information. Because of the special rules of this universe, information can be sublimated into the great Tao. It will not die, nor will it be destroyed. Even if the souls of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are destroyed, their thoughts and their own information will also turn into you. The second is to infect everything. You is my mutated thoughts and thoughts. Therefore, it can infect all information. If someone smells you, their own thoughts, feelings, and understanding will all turn into you. You can also infect all information carriers. Words, sounds, divine thoughts, and principles can all be infected. The third is unsolvable you. I have turned into you because of my thoughts. Although you is a kind of information and thoughts, there is no difference between good and evil. The Dharma can also turn you, and even the great Tao can turn into you. You is a kind of information mutation. It is the thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, turning them into a unique supernatural power. In essence, it is still the thoughts and thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. However, for the sake of preaching, I cut off my thoughts and turn them into an indestructible body of information to prove that I can create a life whose essence is emotion and information. Just like the Dharma, it is Dharma when it is recorded in the book, it is Dharma when it is remembered in the heart, it is Dharma when it is recited from the mouth, and it is Dharma when it is transmitted from the heart. I just created a new carrier of information and turned it into the thoughts and thoughts of you. It is also Dharma and will not change people's thoughts. However, it is the concept of Hui, my understanding of Hui, which is the origin of Hui's mystique, my rules for Hui, my worldview that created Hui. So this is the origin of Hui's mystique. Being infected by you, one's divine thoughts will turn into you and will definitely agree with the Dharma of you. It is like writing Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit. Naturally, one must understand Sanskrit. I turn the thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas into you, just like turning the thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas into Sanskrit. The Dharma that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas understand is written in Sanskrit. Naturally, they will understand Sanskrit. They will inherit my thoughts. At this moment, my understanding of information will also be accepted by everyone. Great Master Fa Jing was so terrified that he could no longer hold the purple gold alms bowl. The you that appeared in his mind was mixed with the thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The source was the thought of the river Styx. He could feel the fear of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas at that time. Their fear turned into you ghosts. Fa Jing could only understand it as you ghosts, an extremely terrifying demonic thought. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas understood the thoughts of the river Styx demon ancestor. Their thoughts were irreversibly turned into you ghosts. Then they were immortal and passed down. In the end, they infected the people who entered this demonic land. The demon giant on the Xianming bone ship, the Buddhist cultivators who were trapped, and even Dara like Yuan Yu and the nameless old monk were all infected by you ghosts. They understood the thoughts of the river Styx and felt the fear of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Garden of Solitude. They understood the thoughts of the river Styx and could feel the fear of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the Garden of Solitude. They understood the thoughts of the river Styx and could sense that they were you. They felt that the thoughts and divine thoughts in their minds had turned into a formless and extremely terrifying existence. They felt that their minds were filled with a strange life form. Their worldview was tainted. Originally, thoughts were just a kind of existence. Now that they understood the thoughts of the river Styx, thoughts could also be a kind of life form. As long as they understood it in another way, they would agree that emotions were sentient beings. Emotions were the essence of life. Every thought was a life, and they were all you. An old demon on the Xianming ancient ship said with infinite fear and struggle, "Thoughts are life? Then what is I? I'm just a group?" With that, he turned into an amalgamation of countless you ghosts and pounced into the depths of the demonic land while laughing maniacally. A Tao Lord couldn't withstand the fiend ancestor's thoughts and changed his life form. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end. Was this the fiend ancestor's thoughts? It was filled with demonic nature. Even the people of the path of diabolism trembled in fear. What was the patriarch of the river Styx thinking? Had he gone mad? He pondered over these things every day and created so many demonic and unbelievable lives. Was the old demon ancestor really in a normal state of mind? A demon elder thought disrespectfully, "Has the old demon ancestor gone mad?" I haven't been able to comprehend the great Tao of the demon path. Is it because I haven't gone mad enough? Yuan Yu yelled right next to Fan Wu Jie's ears. "Little Fan, the thoughts of the demon ancestor are not something that we can deny or reverse. We have already assimilated to him. And the only way to not change our life forms is to realize that there is no difference between us and him. Our thoughts can be a kind of life form, but we who are made up of thoughts are also a complete life form. One is all and all is one. All beings are Pangu and Pangu is also all beings. We are all a part of Pangu, just like Pang is you, but we are also us and I am me. Our thoughts are a kind of life form, but we who are made up of these thoughts are no different from before. It's just that we have obtained the thoughts of the demon ancestor and gained a strange divine ability." Fan Wu Jia hurriedly suppressed the thoughts that kept popping up in his mind. He was constantly infected by the thoughts of the demon ancestor. His thoughts had already turned into a group of ghosts. If he could not integrate the demon ancestor's thoughts into his own worldview as soon as possible, then he would be dominated by the thoughts of the demon ancestor. He would be erased by the thoughts of the demon ancestor, turning into a group of ghosts and even losing his own self. This was equivalent to a change in information and data. His own program was being rewritten. If he could adapt to the new format, the nature of the program would not change. If he could not adapt, a serious error would appear in the program. Fan Wu Jia began to quickly change his thoughts of clashing with the demon ancestors Yu in his mind on the entire Xianming white-boned ship. The Dao monarchs of the demon Dao were all transforming Yu. Humans died as ghosts, and ghosts died as Yu. Yu originally did not exist in this world, but because of River Styx's thoughts, Yu was created. Those who understood the demon ancestors' thoughts had their thoughts turned into a strange life form. Even if their souls were destroyed and sent into reincarnation, their souls and ghosts would still turn into Yu. Those who knew of River Styx's thoughts and the existence of Yu would all be transformed into Yu. If the Yu here were to escape to the outside world, perhaps all life in the universe would be transformed into Yu. At that time, after all living beings reincarnate, there Yu would not be destroyed. That would be the true demonization of all beings. All existences that could not withstand the impact of the demon ancestors' thoughts would turn into ghosts within Yu, an incomparably strange demon. Even if they could withstand the impact of the demon race's thoughts, they would still be infected and contaminated by the demon ancestors' thoughts. The nameless old monk thought in horror, "This is the true demonization of the universe. No wonder such a life form was sealed in the ultimate. We've already infected you. If we walk out of the ultimate alive, we only need to send out a bit of news, and you'll gradually infect the universe and start the process of demonization." The nameless old monk thought in despair. Even Dara would not be able to resist the mutation of the demon ancestor. He would involuntarily become the source of infection. If that's the case, even if Dara does not die, he would be suppressed until the world is destroyed by the powerful beings who are unwilling to allow River Styx to demonize all beings. It would be impossible for them to let us out. This is a bottomless pit. The nameless old monk looked at the piles of corpses and the remains of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in fear. He had originally thought that this was the work of the demon ancestor, but now it seemed that these were the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had been infected and suppressed here. The culprits might have been the revered one and the other powerful beings. Chapter 1265. The old monks who followed great master Fajing were all ascetic cultivators. They had inherited the tradition of ascetic cultivation in Buddhism. Although their aptitude and comprehension were not the best, after hundreds of thousands of years of ascetic cultivation, they often chanted sutras and chanted Buddhist scriptures in the most arduous and dangerous places. These old monks all had a Buddha's heart as strong as a diamond. Although they did not have a high level of attainment and supernatural power, they were the most difficult people to deal with in Buddhism. Even the vicious and treacherous old devils of the devil sect found it difficult to deal with them. Such ascetic cultivators could subdue the sky demons with their Buddha's heart even if they encountered them. After hundreds of thousands of years of extreme ascetic cultivation, their temperament would be polished thoroughly. Even if they lost their wisdom due to excessive polishing of their hearts and cultivated the Buddha's heart, they would forget the wisdom of prajna, and it would be difficult for them to reach the higher realm of Buddhism. When the revered one was preaching, he once criticized these ascetic cultivators, thinking that they were hard to get the correct method. However, it was hard to get the correct method. After practicing the inferior method and persisting for hundreds of thousands of years, their achievements were greater than those who could not understand the superior method. Therefore, there were such stupid people in the sacred land of Buddhism. Without wisdom, they cultivated day and night without falling. Those who could persist for hundreds of thousands of years were the scariest resources of the sacred land of Buddhism. A sacred land like the Nalanda temple could sometimes easily pull out thousands of such ascetic cultivators. No genius or giant of the devil sect dared to offend them. Thousands of them had extremely tough hearts and polished their spirits into diamonds. Their bodies were also extremely tough under the stimulation of constant ascetic cultivation. Their vitality was like an ancient cockroach, and they could sacrifice themselves at any time. They were fanatics who only had Buddhism in their hearts. Even the extraterrestrial demons and Azura blood, Sea would shake their heads at them. Even the Sky Demon Crown Prince was not interested in luring such blockheads. The Sky Demon and the Heart Demon liked those who were full of emotions, quick-witted, wise, outstanding comprehension, or those who had a pure heart. They could always understand the truth of the great Tao and had a profound cultivation. They were not lunatics who cultivated themselves into blockheads. The great magical power of the skyscraping demons had a saying, "It was better to compete with the Taoist heart of the wise than to talk with the ascetic cultivators." Fa Jing originally thought that even if he was infected by River Styx's demon ancestors' demonic thoughts and turned into a poltergeist, these ascetic monks would not be shaken. However, right in front of him, an ascetic monk was petrified. His physical body gradually became transparent and turned into stone. The old monk did not move from the beginning to the end. He calmly turned into a diamond. Old man, corpse god, laughed evilly and said, "There's too little human nature in his inner thoughts." Facing the impact of the inner thoughts, his firm Buddhist Dharma inner thoughts suppressed the human and inner thoughts. Now he has become a rock proficient in Buddhist Dharma. He has forgotten that he is a human. Cultivating Buddhism, cultivating into a Buddha stone. Our great Tao of the demon Tao is rooted in human nature. As long as human nature is not destroyed, the demonic nature will not be destroyed. To destroy the demonic heart is to cultivate oneself into a stone, a dead object. River Styx's demon ancestor is a very strange person. He never believed in spirituality and that the mind could surpass the Tao. This is the similarity between him and the zenith. When a Buddhist sits in front of a river, he believes that he can use his mind to make the river flow backward. However, the zenith and River Styx stand in front of the river and believe that the water is nourishing and following the Tao. The zenith believes that one should follow the Tao. Since the water is flowing downwards, there is no need to interfere. Instead, one should use this characteristic of the Tao. And River Styx believes that the great Tao is in me. Since the water has the Tao of nourishing, it should obtain the Tao. Once the great Tao is in your hands, there is nothing you can't do. Old man, corpse god, smiled strangely and said, "Monk, Danglong is not scary. It is just a thought, a message, and an understanding. This thing is not created by River Styx. Since the birth of consciousness, since the birth of wisdom, this thing has been born. This is not something created by River Styx. It is the real great Tao. If an existence can think, it must have Danglong. It is just that River Styx demon ancestor suggested that Danglong might be a kind of life. Then he created a phenomenon that allows Danglong to exist alone, even if I become Danglong. Look, I am not fine. I can still chat with you." Old man, corpse god, joked. Great Master Fa Jing glanced at old man corpse god, who had turned into a ghost tree and had grown into a strange ancient tree. His will clearly conveyed a thought. "Look at you. How can I tell that you are fine?" Old man, corpse god, shook his head and sighed. "Danglong is not dangerous. Even if you are Danglong, aren't you still you? Buddhism has the white bone view, which sees a beauty as a white bone to strengthen one's faith. But even if a beauty is seen as a white bone, does the essence of a beauty change? Danglong is to see one's thoughts as a kind of life, and understand information from the perspective of River Styx demon ancestor. For example, you were originally a Sanskrit Buddhist scripture, and now demon ancestor has translated it into Chinese. You are still a Buddhist scripture, and your essence has not changed. Your thoughts are still the same. So, I am still old man corpse god. Why did I become a tree? It is because I did not protect myself in time during the process of Danglong, and as a result, I received too many thoughts from the plants here. After Danglong, the efficiency of thought communication has increased a lot. I receive a thought, and almost no information is lost. Do you think my words are strange because I received a lot of information from old demon ancestor? So much so that my understanding of Danglong came from him. So, I originally had no understanding of Danglong, and I accepted old demon ancestors' understanding. Of course, I could not make any changes. So, I completely accepted part of old demon ancestors' thoughts, and part of the thoughts in my mind became old demon ancestors' thoughts. Old demon ancestors' thoughts were very perfect and ambitious, and they conflicted with some of my original ideas. After thinking about it, I realized, demon ancestor was right. But when I was thinking, my sea of consciousness was a little chaotic, and I could not reject the other thoughts that came with demon ancestors' thoughts in time. For example, the thoughts of these ancient trees. They received old demon ancestors' thoughts and became living beings. Of course, they also have their own thoughts, but they do not know what is right and what is wrong. So they instilled their thoughts into me. In the end, I rejected some of them, but I was still convinced by them. They said that I was a tree. At first, I thought it was a little wrong, but later I understood. As long as I want to, I can indeed become a tree. Moreover, being a tree is much more comfortable than being a human, and my lifespan is also much longer. Since I feel that being a demon is very tiring, why not become a tree? Old man Corpse God said lightly, so I became a tree. Great Master F.A. Jing kept chanting sutras, and the purple gold alms bowl in his hand kept producing Buddhist chants. With the support of the Buddhist Dharma, he could resist the clear thoughts that kept coming to him as Old Man Corpse God spoke. The most dangerous thing about being corrupted was that in River Styx's worldview, there was no distinction between self and self. The things that formed a person's personality in their mind were not fundamentally different from other information. There was only truth and falsehood in information. Other than that, there was no distinction between self and additional self. This was a completely crazy idea. It meant that River Styx did not think that his own personality was a necessary existence. He truly believed that the self was just a worldview, a contour formed from receiving and processing information over a long period of time. When suddenly receiving a large amount of unfamiliar information, it exceeded the processing limit of the original personality, and the personality would collapse, then form a new contour. River Styx's most dangerous thought was that he thought this was normal, and there was nothing unacceptable about it. If the old personality was outdated, then he would just replace it with a new one, being defeated by a large amount of unfamiliar information, or rather, being brainwashed. Either the core logic, the subjective judgment of the information had a problem, or the original core logic had fallen behind. From never being merciless to a personality plug-in, it was plug and play. This was not the first time River Styx had said, "How fragrant!" River Styx believed that there was nothing noble about his personality. When faced with information that exceeded his own by 2 orders of magnitude, he would still be brainwashed. He did not think that he could suddenly go berserk, struggle in his mind, and produce a miracle like ancestral atavism or light of the soul to maintain his sense of self. When an ant was crushed, when a white mouse had its neck ripped off, when a white rabbit had its ear injected with a lethal injection, when he was happily experimenting and causing countless disasters, he had never seen a white mouse go berserk, produce a miracle, and escape from the laboratory. Even the true ancestor of the vampires had sat down obediently in the end. When he used the lives of countless worlds to conduct insane experiments, he had never seen his experiments fail. Therefore, the results of his experiments were very scientific. Even if there was a small probability of a miracle, it was still a small probability in the scientific sense. This crazy idea made him not think that the core thoughts and thoughts that formed other people's personalities and consciousnesses or information were any different from the most common information. Humans were swarms, and swarms gathered the consciousnesses of adults according to certain rules. Danglong was just a shell, a communication protocol that could transmit thoughts without damaging them. River Styx was only responsible for developing the communication protocol. As for whether the expanded, non-damaging transmission protocol could be used to spread viruses, River Styx did not care. He believed that the firewall of consciousnesses was their own business, and he, the one who developed the communication protocol, was only using it to prove the information life theory. As for their consciousnesses, to be honest, River Styx did not care. What did their consciousnesses have to do with him? He was not one of them. Therefore, River Styx did not care about the beings infected by Denglong. Their consciousnesses suddenly jumped from the 2G era to the 6G era. There were all kinds of problems that did not match the hardware and software. For example, the old man corpse god did not have a clear sense of self. When a group of sentient ancient trees sent a communication request, he did not use his self firewall to deny the strange concept of, I am a tree. In the end, the sea of thoughts changed his self, and he accepted outsiders into his main consciousness. In other words, he had been brainwashed. In the end, he had the self-awareness of I am a tree and opened his firewall to communicate with outsiders, twisting the self that was originally in conflict with I am a tree, and he had completely turned into a tree that had the old man corpse god self. Could River Styx be blamed for this? To River Styx, this situation was normal. In a place where information was relatively isolated when faced with a sea of data attacks, it was normal to be brainwashed. Was there a problem? Even without Denglong, consciousnesses were something that could be easily changed. If consciousnesses did not change, then it would be the end of the world. To River Styx, the people who accidentally entered this place, even if they were brainwashed, it was not because of Denglong. Instead, it was because this place had been sealed for countless years. The shameless, old, revered one of the world and the three pure ones had worked together to seal this place. There was not a single normal person here. Apart from his one thought, there were no other consciousnesses. His one thought kept echoing in this place, infecting the substances here to form consciousnesses, causing the Garden of Solitude to turn into a demonic land. The consciousnesses formed here had not accepted other consciousnesses, so after they were born, they could only imitate River Styx's consciousness. They were all brainwashed. Then, these brainwashed consciousnesses brainwashed each other, causing the demonic land to be filled with echoes of demonic consciousnesses. Was this his problem? It was all the revered one's fault. If the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas had not committed suicide, their consciousnesses would have reverberated, and the consciousnesses that had been infected would not have been brainwashed by his one thought. Instead, they would have been relatively normal. The endless demonic consciousnesses that filled this place would not have contained only River Styx's thoughts. Together with the countless consciousnesses that had been brainwashed, it would have formed a brainwashing cycle. Those who entered this place would not have to face the great brainwashing technique and the impact of the endless demonic consciousnesses. Pyrolite would not change one's self. It would only make one's consciousness more sensitive and more receptive to information. River Styx had left a trace of pyrolite here. He did not let this trace of pyrolite become his own thought. Pyrolite was an information life form. The information life form created by River Styx contained all information, not just one type of boring information. If River Styx wanted to demonize everything, he only needed to cut off his demonic consciousnesses and turn them into a single trace of pyrolite. This trace of pyrolite could only be replicated and not inherited. Then all the pyrolites would be that demonic consciousnesses. River Styx only needed to send this thought to chaos, and it would reverberate throughout the entire universe. It would continue to infect substances and replicate itself, causing the entire chaos to reverberate with his demonic consciousnesses. Naturally, he would be able to brainwash the entire chaos. The prerequisite was that no other great mediums would intervene. Just like this piece of Fengshao land, everything reverberated with River Styx's thought. The consciousness that was born would all be brainwashed. Thinking of this, great Master F.A. Jing realized that the real danger in Fengshao land was not the pyrolite, but the echo of the thought left by River Styx's demon ancestor. F.A. Jing hurriedly said to his junior brothers around him, "Sit down cross-legged and recite the scriptures together. Resist the demonic consciousnesses." The group of old monks who were struggling to resist the demonic consciousnesses in the devil earth quickly sat down, put their palms together, and recited the scriptures that they were familiar with. Immediately, their chants turned into scriptures and reverberated in the devil earth. River Styx and the revered One of the World were almighty beings who could create special information. River Styx's thought into pyrolite allowed the thoughts that were packaged by the pyrolite to be transmitted without any harm and exist without the help of any medium. The revered One of the World's creation of the Dharma also added its own stereo surround sound, Buddhist special light and shadow effects, connection to the local area network of the Pure Land, and the authority to transmit high-definition information. Although the transmission effect was not as good as the absolutely non-destructive chanting of the pyrolite, it was still high definition. Even if the spiritual thoughts passed through, the loss of information would be more than 90%. But the loss of information from the chanting of the Buddha was only 40%. This was simply the yellow diamond nobility authority that came with the primitive Tao system. As long as the Dharma was recited, it would carry the Buddhist magical power and produce the special effect of Buddha's light. Immediately, the group of old monks led by F.A. Jing were all covered with the special effect of strong light. Immeasurable light floated behind their bald heads, and the chanting of the Buddha went straight into their brains and spread to the whole world without any attenuation. It was also a stereo reverberating strong sound. After reciting for a long time, there would also be the special effect of a wonderful fragrance, the skin of a goddess and the QQ show of smallpox. It looked solemn and dignified. This was the solution that great Master F.A. Jing came up with to break the situation. As long as everyone brainwashed each other, they would be able to adhere to the Dharma and resist the brainwashing of the demonic consciousnesses. It was simply brilliant. Only a multi-level marketing expert like the Buddhists could come up with such a brilliant method to resist the demonic sound. However, when the chanting of the Buddha reached the Xian Ming Bone ship and the powerhouses of the demon sect, it instantly ignited the tension there. The group of demon lords, led by the Shui Tu King, instantly exploded. F*CK. The Buddhists are causing trouble. They are provoking the demon sect. I'd rather be brainwashed by the demon ancestor of the River Styx than be enlightened by the bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect. The demon ancestor brainwashed us to nurture us. The bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect are shameless. The brains of the great Tao of the demon sect should be the children of the demon ancestors' relatives. They are crazy with the aura of the demon sect and don't fall for the Buddhist sect. The killing sect master raised his arm and shouted, "Fellow demon sect members, follow me to praise the demon ancestor. It's good to be a puppet." "That's right." Old Taoist Yuan Yu echoed. "What's wrong with not being a human? Follow behind the demon ancestor and be the most loyal demon of the demon sect." I'm not a human anymore. As long as the group of puppets don't die, the true self will never be destroyed. I have comprehended the great Tao of the demon sect. It turns out that being obsessed with my previous self is actually a kind of obstacle. Only by breaking through this and comprehending the essence of being one and the same can I comprehend the great Tao of the demon sect and supreme divine powers that the demon ancestor passed down with a thought. What's wrong with being a puppet? Undying and indestructible, not entering the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 1266. Under the twisted and strange black, withered tree, a group of Buddhist almighty figures sat together in a circle around the ancient Bodhi tree in the Garden of Solitude, which was also the tree that Fan Wu Jia had seen just now. It was the sacred Bodhi tree that transcended life and death, embraced demons and Buddhas, fell in the demonic land of the present, but stood tall in the past in the Garden of Solitude. Life and death, withering and flourishing, demons and Buddhas, the past and the present were all intertwined together. Half of it was radiant and holy like Buddha, while the other half was twisted and withered like a demon. This extraordinary divine tree shone brightly, and a hazy shadow appeared under the tree. The shadow was blurry, and one could only see that it was a bodhisattva wearing a necklace, with 4 braids that reached his shoulders, and a crown of 3 pearls on his head. His cheeks were plump and square, and he sat cross-legged on an octagonal lotus seat. His body was covered with golden flame patterns, and he carried an immeasurable amount of light on his back. His hands were placed on his kasaya, and even though his face was blurry, one could feel the faint smile on his face. It was as if it contained some kind of secret truth and the impermanence of the world. Under the Bodhi tree, there is the shadow of a bodhisattva listening to the lecture. The nameless old monk was secretly shocked. If this place is really like what that demon said, and the Garden of Solitude was given by the tree in the past, then which Buddha and Bodhisattva were listening to the lecture here, and left this indestructible shadow behind? This Bodhisattva seemed to have heard the beauty of the Buddha's words, and he smiled, but at this moment he left his shadow under the Bodhi tree. He left his shadow under the tree in the Garden of Solitude for who knows how many eons, but it was never erased by the echoes of the demon ancestors' demonic thoughts. This Bodhisattva's attainment is very high, far higher than mine. The nameless old monk sighed. But I wonder if this Bodhisattva has escaped from the disaster of the Garden of Solitude. The nameless old monk heard the obscenities and insults from the people of the demon sect behind him. The people of the demon sect were all full of energy, and their curses were very loud. The old monks, who were dozens of meters tall, silently chanted sutras. Their bodies shone with a subtle and pure Buddhist light. With the area where they were sitting as the center, it illuminated the entire space. However, outside this circle of light was boundless darkness. Countless ghosts were hiding in the darkness, and layers upon layers of pitch-black figures were wriggling and struggling like ghosts in the darkness. The entire demonic domain was shrouded in darkness. Like a black sea, countless dark shadows were the seawater. They flowed, surged, pervaded, squeezed together, and were isolated from the circle of light. Bald donkey! Shwe, two kings' voice came from the darkness. He was only a shadow in the darkness, and he was standing not far away. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you see that? The ones lying here are all your Buddhas. The revered, one of the revered one, is so ruthless. In any case, I was with him here. But after listening to slaughtering demon ancestors' words, he was silenced." A hot-tempered old monk's eyebrows twitched, and he chanted a little louder. His sea of consciousness was now filled with the malice of the demon sects, Tao monarchs. Their mockery, ridicule, and disdain became more and more vivid under the influence of his will. "I guess so." Ajadi chuckled and said, "The corpses here, if we take them back and cremate them, we can produce at least 1,000 relics. That's enough for every Buddhist temple in the heavens to have a share. This is a holy object worthy of being worshipped. Just this alone makes this trip worth it. You bunch of bald donkeys." Not only that, when Sakya was cremated, there were more than 84,000 relics. Now, every famous temple in the heavens has one. It's a very high yield. I think so. There's so many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas here. They're all famous in the scriptures. How can they burn less than those non-famous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the heavens? It's said that Delanchuo Temple invented a method of cremation. They only need to add glass, gold, coral, amber, clam, agate, lead, tin, and so on. The output can be increased by 10 times. An old devil sneered in a despicable voice. "Is this burning glass beads or relics?" Ajadi laughed and said, "Corpse God, you're a professional. Have you tried to make a relic corpse or something?" Corpse God, who had turned into an ancient tree, said frankly, "According to my research, the main factor affecting the sintering of relics is the 7 treasures embedded in the Buddhist golden body. These 7 treasures contain many materials that can be used to refine glass and water essence. In terms of alchemy, it's glass, because it's imbued with the energy and Buddhist essence of the golden body. These are all very good materials. Add to that the fact that the Buddhist golden body is used as fuel. It's very easy to refine divine objects that contain the bones and essence of almighty beings. These are relics." Later on, I colluded with Abbot Tua Du of Delanchuo Temple and secretly adjusted the ingredients for the cremation of the golden body. I researched a few pill recipes that are suitable for crystallization and glass. With the bones of the golden body as the main material and reasonable ingredients, the success rate of sintering relics is greatly increased. Moreover, the luster and appearance are even more beautiful. Not only did the quality not decrease, actually increased. Because of this, Delanchuo Temple's production increased greatly, and they even exported to other temples. Unfortunately, he killed the donkey after it was no longer useful. He plotted against me during a transaction, but I didn't lose out. I took the opportunity to plot against him and stole a large amount of his golden body stock. I also obtained the method to refine corpses into pills and expanded our chasing corpse sex business. In the past, corpses could only be used to refine zombies. Now, not only can we refine corpses, we can also refine relics into pills and spiritual relics. This has increased the efficiency of the demonic path's resources and implemented the innovation and pioneering policies of the demonic path by demon ancestor River Styx. We were even praised by the corpse demon Tao Master and raised the ranking of our chasing corpse sect. Because the Tao relics, demonic relics, and martial relics made from the corpses of the mystic door's righteous path, itinerant cultivators, martial cultivators, and demonic cultivators, they don't have the Buddhist brand, and because other cultivators don't have the tradition of burning relics. Old Man Corpse God said proudly, therefore, in order to sell in large quantities and stabilize the market, we even invented the technology of using the corpses of other cultivators to burn Buddhist relics. We produced counterfeit relics and released counterfeit products. Although the high-end market is still monopolized by the Nalanda Temple, the low-end relics on the 7th floor of the market are all produced by us Corpse Demon Clan. Don't be fooled by the fact that all the Buddhist temples in the heavens, no matter how big or small, worship the relics and remains of our seniors. In reality, who knows who burned them? It's fine if it's a cultivator from the mystic door, but if it's a senior of our demonic sect who knows about it, they would definitely forgive us for robbing their tombs after committing all sorts of evil deeds and pretending to be a Buddhist almighty in death. The most awesome one is still my successor, Corpse Guzi. He invented the technology of refining demon beast corpses into relics. Demon beasts are all bulky, durable, and cheap goods. This allowed us to break through the lower limit of our cost. And now we're preparing to attack the lowest end of the market. There are thousands of times more Buddhist believers than cultivators, so it's a bigger market. We can use the ultra-low-end relics to earn money from these people. On one hand, we can satisfy their faith, and on the other, we can open up another battlefield to compete with the Buddhist sect for resources. Those bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect. All of them talk empty words to cheat their believers of their money. So shameless. We imitate Buddhist artifacts, use the shell of Tantra to get into the market, sell relics, and specialize in the Buddhist market. At least we're using our products to exchange for money. I wonder how much more noble we are compared to them. Next, we're preparing to borrow the shell of a few ancient Buddhist temples and let a batch of disciples cultivate the demonic Buddha Tao, opening the door to the human world and building temples run by the disciples of the demonic Tao. We'll open up a Buddhist market around these temples, selling faith souvenirs, offerings, objects of Buddhas, and Buddhist relics to expand our demonic Tao. Clatter, clatter. Neat applause came from the darkness. The group of old devils was full of praise. The corpse herders did a great job. You have a bright future. Old Corpse God is truly a talent of our demonic Tao. It's such a pity that he's trapped here as a tree. If we control this demonic land, won't we be able to get our hands on the high-end industry of relics? Ajadi mumbled. Yuan Yu echoed. That's right. It's such a waste to let the Nalanda temple eat the fattest meat. Since the Buddhists don't eat meat, why not let us have it? With this batch of materials, we can burn even more high-end relics. Wouldn't it be great if we sell it to the Buddhists? So, we can't leave any of the skeletons here for the Buddhists. Since they're already here, let them take a few back home. Consider it a gift from the demonic Tao. Shui, Tu's leader, said heroically, "There are so many huge demonic creatures in the Blood Sea. We need to develop our own demonic Tao relics and Blood Sea relics. I think the bone demonic Tao already has white bone relics, right?" Seeing white bone demon nod in confirmation, Killing Life sect's leader encouraged, "Then we need to develop our own relic culture and spread our relic brand." Relics were originally sacred objects burned by the Buddhists, but they were obsessed with the sacred halo of relic tradition. They didn't dare break tradition and superstition to research how relics were made. This is the rigidity and stupidity of the Buddhists. Under the teachings of the River Styx ancestor, the slaughter demon ancestor, we focus on innovation, encourage invention, and get to the bottom of things. We have a devout spirit to research, to get to the bottom of things, and to trace back to the great Tao. We have a high level of curiosity and creativity. Here, I would like to criticize my fellow Taoists. Saraira is not a new thing, but a classic traditional thing. The Buddhists have been fooled by themselves, and we, the Devil Tao, can't see through this superstitious halo and didn't even settle down to study it. Fortunately, there was an outstanding leader in the demonic Tao, the corpse god old man. He was not afraid of the secular world and had a breakthrough thinking. He dared to innovate and boldly colluded with the Buddhist Holy Land. He even developed revolutionary technology to strengthen the Buddhists. This is the selfishness of our demonic Tao. If I can take advantage, I don't care if my fellow Taoists live or die. During the period when corpse-chasing sect colluded with Delanchuo Temple, I wonder how many fellow cultivators of the Devil sect were scammed by the sudden increase in the production of sarairas. I wonder how many Buddhist monks rose in power because of the sarairas. If this was Buddhism, they would be considered traitors. But in our demonic Tao, we don't condemn the victors. Not only did we see the growth of the Buddhists, we also saw the infiltration of our demonic Tao values. Gains and losses in power are temporary. Only by implementing the selfishness of our demonic Tao and the values of our demonic Tao can we ensure the eternal prosperity of the demonic Tao. This is the path that our slaughter demon ancestor, River Styx, pointed out with great foresight. We support the demon ancestor, River Styx, and the values of the demonic Tao. The Shui Tu king made an impromptu speech and spoke highly of the corpse sect's selfish behavior of harming others to benefit themselves. Immediately, thunderous applause rang out. Fan Wujia ridiculed the demonic path's strange worldview while secretly admiring this blood-soaked demon lord. For him to be able to become the commander-in-chief of the demonic path's allied forces with such an unremarkable status, he really did have some skill. Not to mention anything else, this speech had captured the core of the demonic Tao's theory. The core of the Saraira industrialization is the specialization of the product. Compared to the prehistoric times, the resources of the universe are almost depleted. This puts forward a requirement for the efficiency of our use of spiritual resources. Among them, the most important is the specialization of theory and specialization. That is, the specialization of alchemy and refining, professionalization, and close to the Tao. We need to summarize the alchemy and refining methods that are more in line with the great Tao. The corpse god's success lies in breaking through the halo of superstition on Saraira. He used the professional perspective of alchemy and refining to analyze the production of Saraira. This concept needs to be popularized. No resource is sacred, and to make a resource sacred is to ignore the great Tao contained within it. After so many years of worshipping Saraira, has no one really thought of a way to increase the production of Saraira? Some of the Buddhist sects have shockingly high efficiency in burning relics. Later on, Old Man Corpse God researched some Buddhist techniques and found that the quality and quantity of relics produced by cultivating the golden body were extremely high. He annihilated a small sect and stole their golden body cultivation technique before he could research it. It turns out that this cultivation method produces golden bodies of low quality and combat power, but it is very suitable for the burning of Saraira. Therefore, they tricked some geniuses to cultivate this method. Because the quality of the golden bodies is very low, they are often stuck at a certain step, unable to break through. This way, they can cremate those cultivators after they die and produce large amounts of Saraira. They become rich overnight, and their foundation is especially deep. But do they dare to publicize the results of their research? Do they dare to use it on a large scale? On the one hand, they are even more vicious than us, demonic Tao, in framing their own people. The Saraira they burn is the crystallization of their own disciples' flesh and blood. Our demonic Tao only burns the corpses. Recycling, expanding the recycling of resources is beneficial to the development of the universe and beneficial to the ecology of the cultivation civilization. They directly burn their own people. On the other hand, they are conservative in the use of technology, hypocritically restricting the use of these technologies. Therefore, they become more and more vicious in private, but on the surface, they become more and more righteous. Hypocrites. Xue, Tu King, eloquently criticized the hypocrisy and shamelessness of the Buddhist sects for a few hours. A group of demonic Tao elders turned these thoughts into ghosts and transmitted them to the Buddhist halo that brainwashed each other. The demonic Tao and the group combined, turning their own thoughts into ghosts and reverberating in the darkness. Gradually, the Buddhist sects were too busy brainwashing each other and erasing the thoughts of killing. Under the impact of the darkness, a flaw finally appeared in the Buddhist halo. An old monk jumped up and turned back to scold. "Nonsense, demonic bastard!" In an instant his voice disappeared. The two old monks, sitting beside him, suddenly felt that there was still a figure sitting in his position, but it was no longer chanting or speaking. Even the sound of breathing had disappeared. There was still a shadow sitting in the position of the old monk who stood up, but there was not a trace of human aura around him. In the Buddhist halo, there was an additional cold body. The group of people chanting Buddhist scriptures seemed to have encountered a black hole. All the Buddhist halo and Sanskrit sounds disappeared. There was an existence there that did not speak, did not breathe, and was like a black hole, devouring all the light and Buddhist spirit. An old monk sitting beside him, who was chanting, couldn't help but turn his head and take a quick glance. He saw a corpse demon. Its golden body was covered in livor mortis, as if it was a strange corpse that had started to rot. Tears of blood flowed from the corner of its eyes, but there was a benevolent smile on its face. This was not the irascible old monk. This was a Buddha. The old monk suddenly understood something. He screamed in horror, letting out a miserable wail that did not seem human, and then stopped abruptly, as if someone had strangled his throat halfway through his scream. His scream made more people look over, and then in the circle of Buddhist halo, there were miserable wails coming one after another. The long howls from the mouth of the unknown creature did not stop. Fa Jing panicked. He knew that the plan of the demonic Tao's demonic monarchs had succeeded. They had finally brought something strange in the darkness to their side, and even that group of lawless demonic monarchs who dared to merge into one and transform into one seemed to be afraid of this ghostly thing. When it came in, the group of demonic Tao people no longer made a sound. They were afraid that the strange existence would be recalled to their midst. "My fellow brothers, chant with me. Don't be distracted." Master Fa Jing roared. The group of Buddhist practitioners continued to chant the scriptures loudly under his leadership, ignoring everything around them. The Buddha's light that shone brightly again seemed to suppress the strange existence. Gradually, the howling became softer and softer, becoming fewer and fewer. But it still continued to happen. Fa Jing suddenly lost the breath of a junior brother beside him, and a kind of speechless horror shrouded them. The nameless old monk beside Fa Jing had to say, "Senior brother, we can't go on like this. My fellow brothers are not afraid of life and death. For us, life and death are normal. We have cultivated a Zen heart for tens of thousands of years. Can't we see through this body? What my fellow brothers are afraid of is the unknown in the darkness and the shaking of the Dharma. Therefore, in order to break out of this situation, we must see through that strange existence and see through that great terror. Senior brother, please allow me to turn around and take a look. Junior brother is confident that I can recite the name of this place and expose its origins. Junior brothers will no longer be afraid. F.A. Jing recalled the appearance of the nameless old monk. He was just a thin, ordinary old monk. There was really nothing outstanding along the way. Unexpectedly, when this inexplicable horror was about to befall him, he was the one who saw through the fear and ignorance. He saw through the truth of the Zen heart that subdued the fear of external demons. Master F.A. Jing put his palms together and sighed. Facing the strangeness in the darkness, I actually lost my composure. I can't see as clearly as Junior brother. I'll have to trouble you, Junior brother. Excellent, excellent, F.A. Jing said in disappointment. The body is like a Bodhi tree. The heart is like a mirror. Wipe it from time to time. Don't let dust fall on it. The sixth ancestor's wisdom is great. How can we compare? Without superior wisdom, it is better to be stupid. Since there is nothing, it is better to wipe the Zen heart from time to time. Senior brother, thank you for your guidance. The nameless old monk looked back and saw more than a dozen unfamiliar figures sitting in the Buddhist halo. Beside him, there was a six-tusked white elephant squatting at the side. Its body was mottled, and the originally white, jade-like skin had already revealed the rotten parts. Some of the rotten wounds could be seen, and the golden, divine bones could be seen. On the back of the white elephant sat a figure. He only saw a lianhua in his left arm. Sitting on the back of the white elephant, his right hand spread out and extended towards the ground. Although the six-tusked white elephant was contaminated by the aura of death, this bodhisattva dharma body was still clean and unhindered. Only that pair of eyes hid boundless devilishness. It was great terror, great might, great solemnity, but also great massacre, great destruction, great calamity. It was like a boundless void, like a bottomless abyss. The nameless old monk could still see the boundless sea of blood in his eyes. These eyes reflected the chaos of the universe, the past and the future, but he could not see himself. Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva is. God is dead. The nameless old man suddenly understood everything. He looked back and saw a sacred figure sitting in the Buddhist halo with a green lion on his back, a Tathagata with a wheel of light above his head like a sun, a bodhisattva with a strange ding-ting beast by his side, and a Vajra who could sever all worries. The nameless old man suddenly understood everything. This was the fief. Back then, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were contaminated by the demonic thoughts of the river Styx and had to sever their own bodies to return to peace. Only by severing their demonic bodies could they return to peace and not take away the ghosts created by the demon ancestor. That was why there was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva here, and why there were the corpses of the Buddhas and Bodhisattva. These were just the bodies that they had severed. However, even though the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could return to peace, the thoughts they left behind would never be destroyed. It could be said that the bodies of the Buddhas left behind here were all incarnations of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They were essentially no different from their original bodies and were part of them. For this reason, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas could only use the mighty power of the revered one to seal their bodies so that they would not be contaminated. Therefore, the bodies here died one after another. Although they were not destroyed, they had been forgotten. However, they were thoughts. Back then, when the bodies of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas died, how could there not be a trace of negative thoughts that turned into ghosts and spread out? These thoughts of the Buddhas were hidden in the darkness. They were formed by the negative emotions of countless mighty beings, the fear, disgust, anger, and destruction before they died. They represented the information and the last evil thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. These thoughts were hidden in the thoughts of the river Styx and secretly echoed here. forming an inexplicable strangeness. It was the nemesis of all Buddhist cultivators. It represented the death of the Buddhas. The ghosts of the evil thoughts of the Buddhas were thoughts and information. They were not monsters in essence. However, the ghosts formed by the evil thoughts and some extremely strange information were more terrifying than any strange and terrifying existence. Even humans could cultivate to become devils. What more the ghosts that gathered all the evil thoughts and devil thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? Ghosts were purer than humans. The nameless old monk was dragged into the darkness by the inexplicable strangeness. He did not resist, nor could he resist. Even if he was the one sitting on the lotus platform, Dara, he was still powerless against this terrifying devil that specialized in restraining him. In the end, he calmly left behind a sentence. This thing is formed by the evil thoughts of the Buddhas. The way to escape from here lies with the revered, one of the revered, one of... Before he could finish his sentence, he was dragged into the darkness. Something flashed through great Master Fodging's mind. He held the 3,000 wisdom beads in his hand and counted them one by one, sorting out some of the hidden and subtle clues along the way. Then he used prajna wisdom to string them together into a complete clue. Every bit of the ancient secrets that he had seen and heard here, the confusing clues gradually came together and replayed the truth of what happened in the Garden of Solitude under the tree. Chapter 1267. Under the Bodhi tree, Fodging suddenly raised his head and stared at the nameless bodhisattva who had an inexplicable smile on his face, as if he was looking down on the impermanence of the world. He was suddenly enlightened. He understood the Zen in the smile of the nameless bodhisattva and instantly understood what the old monk meant by the only way out before he fell into the darkness. Heart to heart! Just as the old monks were concentrating on their meditation and chanting scriptures, trying to forget the horror around them, Fodging's words came into their ears. Under the Bodhi tree, it's Venerable Maha Kasyapa. Back then, Mahabrahma brought several followers to offer the golden Adumber flower to the revered one. Each of them bowed to the revered one and retreated to one side. Then the revered one picked up the golden Adumber flower and raised his eyebrows to show everyone that they were at a loss. Kasyapa broke into a smile. The revered one said, I have the eyes of righteousness and the wonderful heart of nirvana. I will give my advice to you. You can protect me and continue to be with me. Mahabrahma was the Asura king, one of the 4 heavenly demon kings under River Styx. He led his followers to meet the revered one and offered the golden Adumber flower, which naturally represented River Styx's attitude. Not long after, the ancestor River Styx personally came to the Bodhi tree to debate with the revered one in the lonely garden. As a result, the Bodhi tree fell into the ultimate and became a part of the Mahasvara. Fodging then realized that this place was indeed the Bodhi tree for the lonely garden. The sacred place where the Nalanda temple was located was also the Bodhi tree for the lonely garden. One was the sacred garden in the world, and the other was in Spirited Mountain. Back then, the revered one picked up the Adumber flower presented by River Styx and signaled all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to be at a loss. Only Venerable Maha Kasyapa smiled and imprinted it under the Bodhi tree where he was. This smile represented the eyes of righteousness, the wonderful heart of nirvana, the wonderful heart of nirvana, and the subtle dharma. It was not written in words and was passed to outsiders. It was the Zen of Maha Kasyapa. However, at this moment, Fodging saw Venerable Maha Kasyapa smile and was enlightened. It was as if Kasyapa's smile had been waiting for this day. The River Styx delivered the Adumber flower, and then the Pure Land was destroyed. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas fell together, and their evil thoughts turned into Taos, leaving behind Buddhas and ghosts. When the revered one saw the flower, he understood its meaning, and when Maha Kasyapa saw the flower, he smiled. All of this was for today. He left behind the opportunity to enlighten the fated people, and left behind the only way out of this once Buddhist land, which was now a dead land. It was also the key to sealing the poltergeist ghosts. Master Fajing understood the mystery of Zen and couldn't help but cry. He bowed his head and kowtowed. Revered One is merciful. Kasayapa is merciful. In the past, the river Styx preached and left behind the evil thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas here, turning them into Buddha ghosts and their evil bodies into Buddha bones. However, the evil thoughts of the river Styx reverberated in the land of sealed nothingness, turning the holy land of Buddhism into a devil's land. What about the revered one? Where was the thought left behind by the revered, one of the other side? How did the Buddha and the Bodhisattva sever the evil thoughts in the past? Fajing had long realized that the Diamond Sutra they heard when they first stepped into the Garden of Solitude was the voice left behind by the revered one. If they felt something was wrong here, they could naturally chant the Diamond Sutra to combine with the thought left behind by the revered one to guide them out of this devil's land and not be polluted by the evil thoughts of the demon ancestor in the devil's land. However, no one understood this at that time, and no one had the opportunity to do so, which led to their doom of being trapped here. The revered one still left them a second way out, which was the Kasayapa under the Bodhi tree. Under the guidance of the nameless old monk, Fajing finally understood the epiphany symbolized by the smile of Kasayapa. He realized that the revered one had also left behind a thought in the Garden of Solitude, which could enlighten them out of the devil's land, dissolve the evil thoughts, and even force the Buddha ghosts to retreat. Fajing said calmly, "In the past, the Kasayapa smiled and faced the revered one. So the direction the Kasayapa looked at is where the revered one is." The old monks raised their heads, put their palms together, and chanted the name of Buddha. First, they bowed respectfully to the Kasayapa, thanking the merciful revered one for leaving behind a smile and opening a way out for them. Then they looked up and saw the Kasayapa facing them. They sat in a circle, facing different directions, but no matter which direction they turned, the shadow left behind by the Kasayapa faced them and smiled. An old monk exclaimed, "Why is the revered one's eyes looking at me?" "I see it too. The revered one is looking at me." The group of old monks sitting in a circle exclaimed. They looked at Kasayapa, and Maha Kasayapa also looked at them. Reverend Fajing put one palm in front of his chest, with a faint sense of sadness and tranquility. There was an unconcealable sense of loss in his eyes. He said sadly, "So, the revered one has always been in my heart. It's funny that I once saw the demon ancestor everywhere, remembered that the Buddha ghosts were by my side, saw the darkness of the ghosts, but forgot the Buddha has always been in our hearts. The revered one is in our hearts." So the Kasayapa looked at us with a smile. So he looked at me and also at the Buddha. So the Buddha is in Spirited Mountain. "Kasayapa, lend me your eyes." Fajing kowtowed and bowed. When he looked up again, he saw himself. His eyes had become the eyes of Kasayapa, and he smiled at the old monk sitting cross-legged before him. He wore a white robe, and the calm demeanor of the old monk had long been forgotten. Now there was an indescribable fatigue and faint fear in his eyes. His brows were lowered, and his expression was full of sorrow. The Buddhist light on him was no longer glorious, and was dyed with a layer of dim yellow. A faint circle of light enveloped him. Behind him was endless darkness and surging poltergeist ghosts. The immeasurable light had long dimmed. Right now, this old monk was just a wisp of dim yellow light in the endless darkness. He was struggling weakly because of dusk. The darkness was getting closer and closer, and was about to drown the last remaining light. Fajing had never looked at himself like this before, and he suddenly said, "So this is me. Where is the Buddha?" At this moment, he looked at the source of the dim light. The light came from his heart, and on the light sat a Buddha. He was a Buddha whose face could not be seen clearly, and it was not even a golden body, nor was it a Dharma that shone with endless brilliance and illuminated the world. It was just a stone Buddha statue with a little spirituality. The blurry face used to be exquisite and lively, but now it was etched with lines, just like the Buddha statue that F.A. Jing saw in the small temple where his master was when he was young. He chanted scriptures under this Buddha statue, and the Buddhist heart and Zen nature sprouted. Along the way, the old monk had long passed away. Fa Jing started from a nameless small temple in a lonely mountain ridge and walked to the various worlds. He saw more and more incredible Buddhist treasures and Dharma, and Buddha statues that contained countless mysterious Dharma and logos. He even became the mighty Bodhisattva in the scriptures. But today, at this moment, he finally knew that in his heart, the Buddha was still the broken stone statue in the small temple. No matter how many visualization diagrams of the Buddha he had seen in those precious scriptures, or even the Dharma of the Buddha, personally drawn by the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had met the revered one, or the true face of the Buddha that contained countless mysteries, in his heart, it was still the first time he saw the Buddha. Fa Jing's face was already covered in tears. He could only see himself and the Buddha in his heart, the terrifying Buddha ghost beside him, the surging tide of darkness behind him, and the unpredictable group of devil monarchs of diabolism were all forgotten by him. Now, in his eyes, there was only one person and one Buddha. The person faced the Buddha, and the Buddha faced the person. Fa Jing knelt in front of the Buddha and worshipped the Buddha in his heart. Just like when he was still a little acolyte, the revered one placed his hand on the top of his head and said in a low voice, "The devil in your heart is here." Having said that, Fa Jing saw all his thoughts. Each thought rose and fell in his heart. He easily saw the rise and fall of his thoughts, the source and the essence. He saw himself clearly, but forgot what he saw at this moment. He saw his ugliness and holiness, desire and piety, evil thoughts and good thoughts, and saw his own nature and other thoughts. Fa Jing sighed softly and said in a low voice, "The Buddha is een devil." At this moment, the world view of the Buddha, transmitted by river Styx, appeared in his heart. These thoughts, concepts, understandings, and thoughts turned into countless twisted and horrifying een devils surrounding his heart. This was the thought left behind by the Buddha. This thought was the Buddha, but it was also beyond the Buddha. This concept was another definition of the Buddha's thought defined by river Styx, een devil. The revered one of the Buddha defined the Buddha ghosts as een devils. This was a step further from river Styx's thoughts and understanding. He defined the external Buddhas, thought as the Buddha ghosts and een devils. Those who had Buddha's nature in their heart could revolve around the Buddha's thought and change their worldview. They could integrate into their heart, and the twisted nature was marked out, turning it into the appearance of the een devil, which could be slashed by the sword of wisdom and the Buddha's heart. Under the suppression of the Buddha's thought, Fa Jing turned the Buddha ghosts into een devils and slashed them out with his own Zen heart. Under the Bodhi tree, Fa Jing, who was surrounding Venerable Kasayapa, suddenly stood up, leaving Fa Jing's corpse sitting on the ground. He was no longer trapped in the darkness. A green lamp was lit in his heart, shining in all directions. Wherever the infinite light shone, the darkness did not exist. He no longer existed for the Buddha ghosts, nor did he exist in the devil's soil. Any relationship with the Buddha and the devil's soil was left behind with the corpse. Then, one by one, the old monks stood up from the Bodhi tree and followed Reverend Fa Jing out of the devil's soil. However, not everyone had this kind of good fortune. Some old monks did not see the Buddha in their heart. Instead, they saw the evil thoughts of the Buddhas and the Buddha ghosts. They looked up and saw all their companions' corpses under the tree. They were almost scared out of their wits. Some stood up and ran frantically in the direction they came from, trying to escape from the devil's soil. Some sat paralyzed on the ground, letting the horrifying Buddha ghosts devour them. The demonic cultivators looked at the group of Buddhists sitting under the Bodhi tree. Some were pulled into the darkness by the horrifying existence, some ran into the depths of the devil's soil, and some died just like that. Yuan Yu was also dumbfounded for a while. After a long time, he slapped his thigh and cursed, "Turtle, let them escape again!" They must have found something left behind by the revered, one of the revered one, and escaped. Shue, too, also came to a sudden realization. He cursed in his heart. Mother asterisk her. These bald donkeys are so slippery, even the great freedom sky devil's soil could let them escape. The one under the Bodhi tree is probably not Venerable Kasayapa. There must be some little secret that can help us get out of here. They're gone. What should we do? The lifeless cult master prayed, slaughtering demon ancestor. You are our father. We are your dearest children. Father, please give us a way out and let us out. Yuan Yu pulled Fan Wu Jie's sleeve and said in a low voice, Now there are 2 ways to get out of here. Which one do you choose? Fan Wu Jie had a dumbfounded look on his face. How many people from the Buddhism sect had died, and even with the help of the revered one of the world, only a portion of them managed to escape. Yet Fan Wu Jie opened his mouth and said that there were 2 paths. Was this worthy of the sacrifices of so many people from the Buddhism sect? Yuan Yu seemed to see the doubt in Fan Wu Jie's heart and sighed. They are Buddhists falling into the demon ancestors' territory. Of course they will die, and only if they are lucky enough to escape. We are the direct descendants of the demon ancestor. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Of the 2 paths I'm talking about, the first one is blooming flowers to see Buddha, which is the path that Buddhists use to escape. I saw clearly just now that those bald donkeys saw the revered one of the world from Venerable Kasayapa, and that was why they escaped. In a while you will go and see Venerable Kasayapa. Mo Ku Kasayapa is the ancestor of Zen, and he is most particular about enlightenment. As long as you can understand your own Buddha nature, you can be like those bald donkeys, cut off a corpse and free yourself, leaving behind the tainted thoughts of the demon ancestor, and leave the pure land. What about the second way? Fan Wu Jie expressed that he wanted to compare the 2 to see what the demon ancestors' conditions were like. The second way is simple. For us, as long as we integrate the demon ancestors' demonic thoughts into our great Tao, and then go up to the Buddha and shout, defining us as demons, we can transform into ghosts and turn into some kind of demon. Then we can subdue the demon and return to our original appearance. In my experience, the world should have been tainted long ago. Otherwise, how did the rumors of ghosts turning back into ghosts come about? But because of the thoughts of the few powerful beings in the world, no one can see the specter. If no one can see it, then it doesn't exist. So after the souls of everyone in this world dissipate, they no longer exist, and no one can prove whether or not there is a specter. After we leave, the specter's divine ability will turn into some kind of demon, and the specter's thoughts can no longer be observed. The demonic thoughts left by the demon ancestor in the specter's thoughts will turn into some kind of demon. I've even guessed what the devil that the poltergeist originally transformed into was. Yuan Yu smiled confidently. It should be the Yin demon Tao of the 10 demon Tao. Outside the ultimate, the specter's thoughts can't be observed, so the ghosts that contain the demon ancestors' demonic thoughts turn into Yin demons. After Fan Wu Jie was exposed, he really found that the demonic nature of his thoughts, the demon ancestors' thoughts, had changed into another form and turned into 2 great divine abilities: heaven-burning Yin demon immortal body, heaven-resenting heart demon myriad transformations. Fan Wu Jie shuddered and asked in a low voice, in other words, as long as the Buddha seals the ghosts, turning them into Yin demons and heart demons, subduing them with the demon Tao, they can also escape from this demonic land. Then the specter created by the demon ancestor has already been sealed here by the powerful beings. Outside the demonic land, the specter's thoughts will no longer exist, and even the ghosts will turn into Yin demons and heart demons that are restrained by the righteous path. So this time, the demon ancestor's plan has failed. Yuan Yu laughed coldly. Who knows, the specter's thoughts don't exist to us outside the ultimate. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist to Patriarch River Styx. Maybe this is Patriarch River Styx's original intention. The specter can't be seen. Only the River Styx can. In this way, in the primordial times, all the souls, all the ghosts, And the specters that turn into specters after death, who will they fall into? Fan Wu Jie thought deeper and felt even more horrified. Isn't this the love of all living beings in the primordial times? All the thoughts, information, and thoughts of all living beings won't be destroyed with death, and will only fall into the hands of Patriarch River Styx. Let him control all the thoughts of all living beings. Yuan Yu laughed coldly. That's why there's a legend that when all living beings have distracting thoughts, a Yin demon will appear in the sea of blood. As long as the distracting thoughts are not destroyed, the Yin demon will not perish. That's why there are endless demons in the world. They are immortal, and they are the scariest foundation of the demon Tao. The demon ancestor of River Styx tried to control all the thoughts of all living beings and all the information of the universe. With such great ambition will he die? Yuan Yu sighed. In name, the demon Tao has two demon ancestor, one more hateful than the other, so it's normal for him to die. Fan Wu Jie shivered. He didn't dare to think further. If the specter's thoughts were not destroyed, the specter would not be seen. If the world had really been tainted long ago, but all the truth had been sealed by the revered one and the three pure ones. If all the ghosts in the world really turned into specters after death, or even the more hidden and invisible She and Yi, then where did all the distracting thoughts of all living beings in the world go? Was this the original intention of River Styx when he created the specter? To keep all living beings? To turn all living beings into demons? Fan Wu Jie still had a part of River Styx's thoughts in his consciousness. He tried to think from River Styx's point of view, and found that River Styx was really the kind of person who couldn't be understood at all, and whose thoughts were demonic and terrifying. Would he one day create a huge specter that contained the thoughts of all living beings that had existed in the primordial era, and let it devour him? In the end, it would turn into a demon of all living beings, an ocean of red dust, an ocean of information entropy, and become the source of the immortal, demonic nature of the primordial era. If the demon ancestor of slaughter really did such a crazy thing, then all living beings would really become demons. As long as all living beings were not destroyed, the demon Tao would not perish. That was an invincible position at this moment. Fan Wu Jie wasn't thinking with his own consciousness, but with River Styx's consciousness. When he finished thinking, before he could even feel fear, this thought inexplicably disappeared without a trace. River Styx stared at an invisible, fiendish diagram in the primordial universe. At this moment, an unfamiliar specter suddenly appeared in the fiendish diagram. At every moment, countless specters were born in the fiendish diagram. These were the specters that flowed into the fiendish diagram after the information carriers in the primordial universe were destroyed. However, this specter was rather special. It came from a person who was still alive. River Styx split a tiny bit of his attention to pay attention to this newly appeared specter. Then he continued to stare at the fiendish diagram, at the demon ancestor of all beings that was slowly taking shape. River Styx's lips curled into a smile. Long time no see, old friend. In the ultimate, even without Yuan Yu revealing the secret, the group of Taoists of the demonic Tao studied for a long time and gradually came up with a way to change forms and escape from the land of sealed dreams. One of the demon monarchs accepted demon ancestors' idea and turned into a group of specters. He came before Kasyapa and used his specter body to enter the information left behind by Kasyapa. As expected, he saw the revered one of the world shouting, "Een demon!" After receiving this blow and waking up, he realized that he had cultivated the sky-burning Een demon invincible body. His state had turned into countless Een demons, which were extremely difficult to deal with. When he used the secret demonic subduing technique to subdue the Een demons and make them his own, he turned back into his original appearance and disappeared from the eyes of the demon monarchs of the demonic Tao. Thus, everyone began to cultivate Een demons and heart demons. Out of nowhere, they gained two great magical powers that didn't involve any fundamental changes in themselves. Wasn't it wonderful? Yuan Yu naturally had a way. With the revered one of the world's thoughts, he cut off a corpse. Only Fan Wu Jia was a little conflicted. He refused to fall into the demonic Tao, but he was also worried that he would be enlightened by the Buddhists. In the end, he used the ideas of the demon ancestor and the Gautama Buddha to fight against each other to minimize the impact and escape from the land of sealed dreams. Chapter 1268. After leaving the strange and terrifying demonic land, Fan Wujie and the others finally understood why, though left behind by the World One to seal the demonic land, was the only way out. The demonic land was on a different level from the normal world. There was no end to the demonic land. It was more like an illusion or a message. As they slowly saw the truth of the demonic land, they gradually delved deeper into it. Finally, this illusion turned into reality, trapping them inside. Now, after the revered one of the world's severe warning, Denglong was defined as a Yin demon, and the real sealed dreamland became an illusory mirage. After getting rid of this illusion, they only needed one step to step out of this world that was neither real nor illusory. Master Fajing was the first to take the first step. He turned around to look behind him, only to find that there was no trace of the demonic earth at all. Similarly, he could not see the path he had come from. Even the path back to the blood sea of calamity had disappeared. This was a path of no return. Fa Jing put his palms together and sighed. So the demonic land of the sealed domain is actually the will of the single tree for Lonely Garden. It's hard to tell the real from the real. Reality and illusion are two sides. We still fell for it. The group of demon monarchs followed closely behind. Burning Soul Demon Monarch said with lingering guilt, "This godforsaken place is actually an illusory place. It scared me so much that I thought the demon ancestor had really moved the sacred place where the world venerables imparted Tao away." Yuan Yu shook his head. This is not an illusory place. The demon ancestor had indeed moved away the sacred place where the World One lived for 20 years. If we understand the single tree as a Yin demon, then this is obviously an illusion of an external demon. But if we accept the demon ancestor's understanding of the single tree, then it's hard to say which of the two single trees for Lonely Garden is real. Fan Wu Jie said with a strange expression, "Then of the two single trees for Lonely Garden, which one is real?" "Both of them are real." Yuan Yu sighed and said, "To great beings like the revered one of the world and the devil ancestor, anything unimaginable could happen. Not to mention 2 gibbons for the Garden of Solitude. Even if hundreds of primeval worlds and countless generations of primeval continents coexisted, it would not be inconceivable. Their realm has long surpassed the limits of our imagination. All the common sense in the world is useless against them, because common sense is defined by them. Reversing cause and effect, redefining concepts, and even tampering with the great Tao of the universe is as easy as eating and drinking to them. If it weren't for the fact that there's more than one powerful being in the world, then all living beings in the universe would just be toys in the hands of powerful beings. Is Dara really that terrifying?" Fan Wu Jia found it hard to understand. He said doubtfully, "But the Dara I've seen, even though Azura King Shimori is very powerful, he hasn't reached this level." Yuan Yu smiled, but did not reply. "Demons, filthy creatures, ambitious wolves." Master Fajing glared angrily at Dara. Behind him, the old monks stood in a row, all with murderous looks on their faces. They faintly blocked the escape route of the demonic cultivators, blocking them in front of the destructive tribulation tide. Compared to when they first entered the sinkhole, more than half of the old monks were gone. Many of them had been killed by the demon monarchs in the land of sealed cacao. If the demonic cultivators hadn't attracted the evil thoughts of all the Buddhas, they wouldn't have lost more than half of their people. Although the demonic cultivators had also lost some members, with all the demon monarchs below the Tao monarch level dead, and the old demon monarchs who had been assimilated in the land of sealed cacao, 2 demon monarchs failed to subdue the Yin demons. Instead, they were controlled by the Een demons and turned into Een demons. However, both the Shwet King and Ajati had a vague suspicion in their hearts. With the cunning and insidious nature of the demon monarchs, even if they seemed to be defeated, no one could be sure that they weren't acting. At least, it was a little strange that an old schemer like the corpse god could be so easily brainwashed by the murderous thoughts. Although it wasn't impossible, it was a kind of illusion that made people feel it was a little fake. Yuan Yu was sure that although the corpse god had indeed been assimilated by the land of sealed cacao, it definitely wasn't like what he had said. He hadn't been able to deny the murderous thoughts in time and had been assimilated by the murderous thoughts. The corpse god came from the corpse demon bloodline. He had created a shocking and amazing artifact, like artificially burned relics, which was favored by the slaughtered demon ancestor. It was strange, no matter how one looked at it, for him to be so easily plotted against by the slaughtered demon ancestor. Based on Yuan Yu's understanding of River Styx's evil tastes, the fake relics that the corpse god had created must be especially suitable for this young demon ancestor. With the demon ancestor's blessing, the corpse god wouldn't be so easily tricked. No matter how one looked at it, it felt like the corpse god had deliberately put himself in a hopeless situation. Yuan Yu saw a shocking transformation on the ancient tree that the old man corpse god had transformed into. He seemed to be transforming his life form, from a human to a tree, from life to death, from a ghost to a hoe, from a hoe to a Een devil, from a devil to a Buddha. Yuan Yu could see through the several major transformations that the old man corpse god was going to perform with the help of the almighty experts in the sealed land of Fiend Earth. First, he allowed the murderous thoughts to transform him, changing his life form into an ancient tree. Then, the ancient tree gradually withered and turned into a tree ghost. Then, the ghost body changed again and turned into a hoe ghost. Then, with the smile of Lord Kasyapa, he found the murderous thoughts of the revered one and was defined by the revered one as Een demon. With the smile of Lord Kasyapa, he was enlightened by the revered one's Buddhist nature and turned into the Buddhist Tao. Yuan Yu couldn't see the subsequent transformations. However, according to Yuan Yu's speculation, the corpse god was going to change his life form 9 times to open another path of Dara Dao. If Yuan Yu's guess was correct, after the corpse god received the favor of the slaughtered demon ancestor, the ancestor river Styx passed on a forbidden technique of the demon Tao, the supreme secret technique of the demon Tao. Legend had it that when goddess Hutu created the reincarnation to open a path for all living beings, the river Styx drove the sea of blood to drown the reincarnation and discuss the Tao with goddess Hutu. They defined the reincarnation and added the ideology of the demon Tao to the reincarnation. At that time, the river Styx proposed the 9 questions of hell. Each question was a supreme secret technique of the demon Tao that involved the great secret of reincarnation. According to the legend, the 9 questions of hell were 9 flaws that involved the essence of reincarnation. In other words, they were the weak points of the concept of reincarnation. By mastering the 9 questions of hell, one could find the weak points of reincarnation and surpass reincarnation to achieve immortality. They would no longer be restricted by the netherworld and the 3 lives of reincarnation, reaching the terrifying Tao fruit of immortality. Each question was a different path of Dara Dao. However, because the 9 questions of hell directly attacked the weakest flaw of reincarnation, in other words, the 9 questions of hell was the 9 imperfections of reincarnation. If there were too many Dara that used the 9 questions of hell to achieve Tao, or even 9 of them, it might shake the foundation of the netherworld. Therefore, the netherworld was wary of it. If one wanted to cultivate the 9 great techniques of the 9 questions of hell, they would definitely suffer the backlash of the netherworld. The counterattack of reincarnation was extremely terrifying. It might even be cursed by the 12 witch gods. Even a heaven immortal like Dara wouldn't be able to get away with it. Not to mention a mere Tao lord that was preparing to achieve Dara Dao. Therefore, the 9 questions of hell was also a forbidden technique of the devil Tao. In a debate back then, Lady Hutu, and the Patriarch of River Styx fought to a draw. The Patriarch of River Styx used the 9 questions of hell to determine the boundaries of reincarnation and won by a small move. However, according to some ridiculous rumors, the reason why the Patriarch of River Styx could win by a small move in Lady Huta's territory and occupy a land of the netherworld for the Blood Sea was because of the secret support of the 3 Pure Ones and the Buddhist sects. They suppressed reincarnation and restricted the authority of the primordial reincarnation. This kind of baseless, sinister, and malicious rumor would naturally not be acknowledged by the Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, or the Devil Tao. Even the shameless and malicious rumor-monger was suppressed by the Patriarch of River Styx in the Blood Sea, never to be reincarnated. He received the retribution he deserved. As the saying goes, the Skynet is vast but not leaky. Good and evil have their retribution. Yuan Yu didn't know much about the 9 questions of hell. This was because the more he knew, the more flaws and weaknesses he knew about reincarnation, and the easier it would be for him to take advantage of reincarnation. However, Yuan Yu happened to know a little about the question that the old man corpse god got. It wasn't much, just a rough idea. It was also the reason why the people of the underworld gave him a small lesson back then. The question that the old man corpse god got was, who is the true self in the reincarnation past life? In other words, it was the boundary of the individual in reincarnation. The true spirit was the boundary of the soul in reincarnation. This question was a variant of the ship of Theseus. It referred to the problem of how to define reincarnation in the endless changes of the self. The ship of Theseus talked about the definition of oneself. However, after Hutu created reincarnation, reincarnation had the problem of defining oneself. The definition of oneself was a philosophical problem, while the definition of one's existence in reincarnation was a problem of the laws of the world. Take the ship of Theseus as an example. River Styx proposed the paradox of identity and paradox of continuity. A ship could sail for hundreds of years on the sea, thanks to continuous maintenance and replacement of parts. As long as a piece of wood rotted, it would be replaced, and so on until all the functional parts were no longer the original ones. The question was the ship that was created in the end still the original ship of Theseus, or was it a completely different ship? If it wasn't the original ship, then at what point was it no longer the original ship? A cultivator who cultivated the soul would constantly replace the elements of his soul until all the elements of the soul were reconstructed. Was he still the original him? If he was, then his lifespan would be limited by reincarnation. After his lifespan ended, he would still be pulled into reincarnation. If he wasn't, then at what point was he a completely new individual? Huta couldn't answer yes at all, because if she answered yes, it meant that there was no limit to the individuals defined by reincarnation, and the entire untainted land could be seen as a division of Pengu. If she answered yes, did it mean that all life in the untainted land was just a reconstruction of Pengu? One day, if Pengu didn't want to reincarnate, would it mean that the underworld would destroy the world? To control everything in the untainted land, this meant that the authority of reincarnation would expand infinitely, and it would be impossible to get the support of the great mediums. If not, then what limit would be reached to be considered a completely new individual? River Styx created a magical power for this, the 9-death reincarnation deceiving great spell. The cultivator could shed his own soul and the elements of existence, even a part of himself, just like shedding his skin. Every time he transformed, he replaced the components of his own existence. After 9 transformations, the cultivator would be unrecognizable. Other than the connection of karma, he would be a completely different individual from his past self. Then here came the question for Hutu. Would such an individual be judged as a completely new individual by reincarnation? Was the transformation a change in the self, or was it an inheritance and continuation? Was such an individual the same and continued? Of course, this question was comprehensive. River Styx also created magical powers, such as the 3 lives reincarnation great spell. By constantly shedding and transforming himself, He could cultivate a person into 3 people. He also created the 3 corpses great spell. By continuously cutting off one's elements, emotions, desires, karma, and inherent attributes, he would become 3 corpses. In the end, he would only be left with the original self, which was like the original self. What about the existences who cultivated these strange, magical powers? How would they be considered as individuals? The 9-death reincarnation, deceiving great spell, asked what boundary a person had to reach in order to be considered a completely new self. River Styx created several kinds of life to ask about reincarnation from this aspect. There was the reincarnation heavenly silkworm. Through continuous transformation, it lived one life after another, and through shedding its skin, it created a small reincarnation cycle. There was the 9 changes, dragon, soul, worm, grass. When a worm dies, it becomes a grass. When the grass grows, it becomes a worm. And when the worm becomes a dragon, it reincarnates continuously between the life forms of a dragon, worm, and a grass. They were all asking the same question. There were endless ways for life to continue. Some split themselves, some changed their form, and some molted into a new form. Then, what was reproduction? What was living? In other words, what was inheritance? What was continuation? We don't know what expression Lady Hoodoo had when faced with all these questions and paradoxes. We only know that after River Styx asked this question, the entire witch tribe besieged the Blood Sea for 3 periods. We only know that the cultivators who cultivated these strange magical powers would often encounter strange and ominous things from the depths of the netherworld. Every single one of them had died in an extremely unpeaceful manner. Their corpses had undergone bizarre changes, growing hair of various colors, flesh scales, and bone spikes. Most of the time, their corpses were still twitching even after tens of thousands of years. Sometimes not even the suppressing talismans drawn by Grand Luo could suppress them, and not even Taoist monarchs could hold down their coffins. Even the blessed land where the primeval phoenixes landed could not bury them. Even the ancient heaven couldn't pardon them. If they didn't dare to bury them, they could only be cremated. The cremation burned fiercely. Strange blood flames and red lotuses appeared in the netherworld. Sometimes we could even see spider lilies and the netherworld in the fire. When they were burning, the corpses were still howling and emitting yellow smoke. The smoke reached the heaven, symbolizing the great evil in the world. When buried, there would be drought demons, and when cremated, there would be Ho. These were the great evil beasts in the world mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Sometimes the blood flames didn't burn through them even after several periods. Even after they were burned, they couldn't be buried. Wherever they were buried, it would become a place of extreme evil. Wherever the ashes were scattered, even the feng shui treasure land would become a place of great evil. Wind would blow from the netherworld and bring countless souls to dance on the grave. When it was almost over, his family said that the place where the grave was located often had many strange things for no reason, including but not limited to ghosts hitting the wall to the 18th level of hell. Black smoke billowed out, strange monsters grew, and all kinds of horrible ghosts appeared. These cases couldn't be investigated because it would touch upon a very terrifying primeval secret. It was the real ancient taboo. Lady Hoodoo held a grudge. Those who knew were all dead, whether they died peacefully or not. The examples were as above. In the end, the result of the discussion was that the netherworld marked every living being with a true spirit mark. The true spirit mark represented the limit of reincarnation. If the true spirit didn't change, no matter how it changed, it would only change the outer outline of the soul. Once the true spirit changed, it would be a brand new individual. The true spirit represented the limit of the individual recognized by the netherworld and entered the netherworld to continue the next life. The true spirit was the label that the netherworld attached to every living being. This was the previous life that Lady Hoodoo and Patriarch River Styx revolved around in the netherworld. Which was the true self? The debate of this question. Of course, the true spirit couldn't solve all the problems of this question. This represented some loopholes that could bypass the netherworld. For example, some powerful demonic cultivators had the same strange thinking as Patriarch River Styx. I don't care which one the netherworld thinks is me. The one I recognize is me. Therefore, they created a substitute with a true spirit to replace them in the netherworld. They would then live their next life in a brand new form. However, the prerequisites for this kind of deceiving supernatural power were very harsh. First, they had to understand themselves. For this kind of continuation to exceed the definition of the reincarnation true spirit, that person had to be extremely crazy. They had to be as crazy as River Styx. The crazy netherworld didn't mind them using this loophole. Why bother with a crazy person? As for how Yuan Yu knew the meaning of this question, the 9 questions of the netherworld was a real taboo, knowing it would offend Lady Hutu and even the entire netherworld. This was because Yuan Yu was proficient in the art of transformation. Guess what was the highest realm of the art of transformation? It was to transform oneself into another person without any hidden dangers. One transformation, one life. It was nothing to deceive the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, but it was amazing to deceive the netherworld and the netherworld. Yuan Yu vaguely guessed that the forbidden supernatural power that Old Man Corpse God had obtained should be the 9 deaths reincarnation, deceiving the heavens' great technique. It allowed one to continuously transform oneself, shed one's true spirit 9 times, deceiving the heaven reincarnation, and be reborn 9 times without changing. This allowed one to completely break away from the boundaries of the netherworld and achieve another kind of immortality. By exploiting the loopholes in the netherworld, one could prove the Tao through the netherworld. This was the Dara who achieved the Tao in a different way. In the myriad worlds, or even in the great desolation, cultivating this kind of supernatural power was courting death. The consequences could be seen from the previous unpeaceful deaths. Only when the netherworld no longer existed and the River Styx left the cultivators of the 9 questions of the netherworld with a slim chance of survival, could they avoid the curse of the netherworld and have a chance of succeeding in their revenge. Obviously, the only slim chance of survival for cultivating the 9 deaths, reincarnation, deceiving the heavens' great technique, was the strange and terrifying demonic land of the sealed dreamland. Here, one could transform into 9 different life forms and undergo 9 shocking transformations to prove the Dara Tao. The 9th transformation should be carried out in the Dara heaven. After all, the Dara Tao that relied on the netherworld's reincarnation was still unstable. The only place in the world that could prove the Dara Tao outside was the eternal Dara heaven. After the 8 transformations, Old Man Corpse God would walk out of the sealed dreamland and head to the returning ruins, where the Dara heaven would undergo the final transformation. Indeed, a profound plan. Yuan Yu sighed with emotion. Thinking back to his own experience of proving the Tao, and then looking at the other party's plan, Yuan Yu couldn't help but sigh. He was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse, and it was all due to some mysterious luck. Yuan Yu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed at this thought, but he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. After all, he still had the strength. It was just that it wasn't obvious. On this side, the Buddhas and devils were facing each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. Fan Wujia, on the other hand, saw building wreckage in the distance. It seemed to be a collapsed palace, and it seemed to be an ancient heavenly palace that had collapsed for some unknown reason. From the wreckage of the palace, one could see that its outer wall seemed to be made of green jade condensed by dense immortal energy. The polishing of the cosmic light and the destruction of the tribulation power could not damage this green jade wall at all, which showed how extraordinary it was. However, such an extraordinary palace had 2 pillars in front of it broken, tilting and collapsing. The wreckage pointed to the sky, and it was covered with scorch marks and weapon wounds. Fan Wu Jie's divine sense spread out, and he frowned and said, "Everyone, let's put down our previous grudges first." There is the aura of the annihilation devil disciples here. Great Master Fa Jing also shone the purple gold alms bowl and saw the faint destruction tribulation power in the void. He reached out and stopped the old monk behind him, saying in a low voice, "Junior Marshall Brothers, don't be in a hurry to settle the debt with the devil Tao. It is more important to take down the annihilation devil disciples first. I don't know what method they use to bypass the strange sealed dreamland, but they are one step ahead of us. Devil bastard." Fa Jing glared at them fiercely. "We will remember this debt first. When we face the annihilation devil disciples and the remnants of Ro, don't be a coward." The blood-soaked demon monarch scolded back, "If a dog barks again, I'll beat the shit out of their infinite eons tribulation. Don't be a coward, bald dog." Humph. Great Master Fa Jing snorted coldly, but he didn't bother to answer. Therefore, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting and split into two groups, heading towards the mysterious palace wreckage in the distance. Chapter 1269. This is. Even though they were mentally prepared, the moment they saw the ruins of the palace, the demonic cultivators still showed a hint of well-hidden shock. There was no sun or moon in the endless ruins, but there was a hazy yellow glow to the place. It was like the last bit of light left behind by the setting sun. Beneath this dim yellow glow, one could only vaguely make out the outlines of the distant palace ruins. Fortunately, all of them were Tao lords who stood at the very apex of the universe, which was why they weren't affected by the light and were able to see the ruins clearly. The tall palace had long been turned to dust, and only the broken walls were left on the ground, like the fangs of a dog. If it were not for the exquisite patterns and mysterious Tao patterns, many people would have thought it was just a pile of rubble. What really made everyone's expression change was the only remaining wall. Huge jade steps were piled up in a messy manner, and they were once the solid foundation of the palace. Where the remaining wall should be where the main hall of the heavenly palace was. Judging from the size of the foundation, when the main hall was complete, it should have occupied more than 100,000 miles. It was a magnificent heavenly palace that was comparable to the undulating mountains. But now it was just a boundless ruin. A broken board fell into the dust, half of it burned by some strange fire, leaving the other half in the wild grass. There were some divine characters left on the board, which allowed people to draw the complete outline of the divine character according to its aura. The Shuet-Tu King was repairing the veins of the divine characters in the void. He crudely drew the strange divine characters, but every character seemed to have the Tao and body of a powerful innate life form, like a god. The divine characters seemed to be the true form of an innate god, depicting an amazing divine power that was in harmony with the Tao of heaven and earth. The translucent palace. The Shuet-Tu King read out the contents of the three divine characters, sending chills down Fan Wu Jie's spine. He said nervously, "The translucent palace? Where is this place? There are too many buildings called the translucent palace in the world. But for it to have such an aura, could it be the translucent palace of the ancient heaven's 72 throne halls?" The demon monarch of Seoul raised his hand and released a 9 underworld flame, which burned on the jade steps for a long time. When the fire stopped, there wasn't even a scorch mark on the jade steps. The demon monarch of Seoul was frightened. Is this really the ruins of the ancient heaven? The heaven disappeared inexplicably after the destruction of the primordial universe, but it was still a terrifying force that once ruled over the primordial universe, the symbol of the world's orthodoxy. In the entire realm sea, the disappearance of the heaven was the greatest mystery since the primordial universe was broken. Just from the mediocre veins of the heaven's remnant, several great forces of the heavens had emerged. The power of the complete of the celestial realm sea was unimaginable. Of the celestial realm. If Celestial Court could still raise a great army, they might be able to immediately sweep through realm sea, suppress. No, it should be suppress the various heavens, make all ghosts and monsters, monsters and monsters, all monsters and snakes kneel in submission. How could such a powerful heavenly court disappear inexplicably during the destruction of the untainted land? It was true that the destruction of the primordial world was a terrifying calamity, but in all the realms there were countless people who could only be regarded as ants in front of the heaven. To put it nicely, they were just big ants. Small forces had survived, and now they were all putting on airs, pretending to be the holy lands and forbidden lands that had existed since the ancient times, the sects and sects that were the masterminds behind all the heavens. According to the tribulation of the shattering of the primordial world, that was actually the case. This small storm could not drown the heavenly courts, which had been through countless storms since the primordial world. Therefore, it was rumored that on the eve of the destruction of the primordial world, the heavenly court encountered a great calamity. Without the suppression of the heavenly court, the primordial world was broken. The cause and effect of these two things were reversed. It was not the destruction of the primordial world that led to the calamity of the heavenly court, but the calamity of the heavenly court that led to the destruction of the primordial world. Regarding the disappearance of the heavenly court, there were a few conjectures made by the historical scholars who had nothing better to do. The heavenly Tao became a spirit. Legend had it that because the heavenly Tao had operated for countless years, it had devoured countless great divine beings, giving birth to its own consciousness. In order to destroy the conscious heavenly Tao, the ancient heavenly court used all its strength to fight against the heavenly Tao. It shattered the primordial world, broke the heavenly Tao, and wiped out the newly born consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Because of this, the heavenly court's fate was broken, and it perished together with the heavenly Tao. The Emperor of Heaven's body was left behind to suppress the remains of the heavenly Tao. There was also the primordial war. Legend had it that the heavenly court fought against a mysterious force. Both sides fought until the primordial world collapsed, and they perished together. As for the mysterious force that fought against the heavenly court, there were many different opinions. There were remnants of the primordial demon court, connate life forms, ancestral gods, and the primordial witch tribe. There were even 3 religions that believed that the mystic Dor Buddhism sect and Devil sect had joined forces to destroy the heavenly court that prevented them from ruling over the heavens. There was also the netherworld, which believed that the netherworld controlled reincarnation and hid it very well. In the end, it went against the heavens and perished together with the heavens and the earth. There were also rumors of foreign wars. It was said that the prehistoric universe had encountered a foreign universe, and a bitter war had broken out with the ruling divine court of that universe. As for which foreign universe it was, there were many different opinions. Some said it was a demonic universe. Some said it was the Saha world that Buddha had secretly opened, and some said it was a world of gods that used winged humans as their weapons of war. There was even the conspiracy of the devil world, the betrayal of the 4 imperial emperors, the internal strife of the heavenly court, the degradation of the heavens, and so on. Among them, the degradation of the heavens was the most interesting. The Taoist who proposed it believed that the primordial world was not broken and the heavenly court did not disappear. It was because all the existences in the heavens were now low-level life forms. The heavenly court felt that there were too many weak, barbaric, and stupid low-level life forms in the primordial world. Therefore, they created a heavenly world and exiled the low-level life forms there. Only the most outstanding ones were selected and allowed to ascend to the primordial world and be ruled by the heavenly court. To put it bluntly, everyone in the heavenly realm sea was trash and was thrown into a trash-can universe by the heavenly court to avoid polluting the primordial world, which was rich with spiritual chi. There was evidence for this theory. The evidence was the disappearance of the connate life forms and the fading traces of Dara after the primordial world was broken. After the primordial world was broken, too many great existences disappeared. Those connate gods and devils who captured the sun and the moon, those tyrannical connate life forms, and those ancient races and experts, all disappeared without a trace. In the heavenly world, there was a group of believers who believed in this theory. They studied day and night on how to ascend to the primordial world. This is not the ancient heavenly court. The Shwe Tu king denied immediately. He said solemnly, "The godly script on this board is the primordial demon script. The primordial demon script is what we call it later. In the primordial era, this script was the script of the gods. The demon race called it the primordial godly script. Every primordial godly script is the manifestation of the great Tao, symbolized by the connate life forms. For example, this Connect script is one of the godly scripts mastered by the primordial celestial fox clan. It symbolizes the power of godly connection. Connection is the connection with godly connection. Those who are inspired by godly connection are called Connect. The Fox clan is very prone to inspiration. They can communicate with others in their dreams, or they are born with intelligence, or they can easily borrow the power of will. The primordial demon script, next to the Connect script, looks like a divine bird flapping its wings and dancing. It means brightness. It is the godly script of the primordial divine beast, the connate life form, the bright bird. It symbolizes that the bright bird repels evil beasts and suppresses filthy evil Tao. It makes the sun and the moon rise high, and the world is bright. Brightness means tranquility without any filth. The last primordial demon script is like a mountain, which is the location of the earth vein. It is a godly script formed naturally by the mountains and rivers. It is also one of the godly scripts mastered by the primordial dragon clan. The primordial dragon clan and the dragon clan of the four seas could only hide in the water vein, leaving only the divine right in the water. At its peak, the primordial dragon clan ruled over half of the primordial world. All the mountains and rivers in the world were controlled by the dragon god. The ancestor of the dragon must be a high mountain. The top is the dragon tower, and the flat is the treasure hall. This primordial demon script is as solid as the treasure hall. It is unchangeable, flat, and sturdy. It is the word hall. The hall of enlightenment, according to the meaning of the primordial demon script, is to suppress the primordial world and make the world bright. The treasure hall, which is used to communicate with the gods and humans, is responsible for suppressing evil and contacting the lower realm. It is an institution that exists as a window for the heavenly court to rule the lower realm and communicate with all living beings. The Shwe Tu king's attainments in the primordial demon script are indeed profound. Yuan Yu exclaimed, "Many people here probably don't even know the existence of the primordial demon script. Although I have heard a little about it, I only know a little about it. I only know that it exists, but I can't recognize it in person. This Hall of Enlightenment uses the primordial demon script as a book. This heavenly palace should be the remains of the primordial demon court. The primordial demon court, or the former heavenly court, it is said that it was destroyed in the war with the ancestor of sorcery. Someone's thoughts were in turmoil, and he could not help but sigh. However, Ajati sneered and retorted, 'In the primordial demon court and the sorcerer tribe perished together. Then, in the ancient times, the heavenly court took the opportunity to rise. The Emperor of Heaven ruled the primordial world. Can you say that? Later, a part of the ancient sorcery cult joined our devil path. Everyone has some understanding of the sorcery cult. Let me ask you, how did the ancestor of sorcery cult become the orthodox, great god of the primordial heavenly court? Why did the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter sacrifice, still worship the primordial sorcerer god? And the primordial divine court was demoted to the primordial demon court? It was not even recognized as the orthodox heavenly court? Why did the Emperor of Heaven rise in the ancient times after the great sorcery and demon war? Could it be that his throne was given by the sorcerer tribe? The Emperor of Heaven's bearing. How can you believe such a thing? Back then, when Tung Wang Kung led the immortals, didn't he also have the bearing of the Emperor of Heaven? Then, why was he killed by the demon Emperor of Heaven? At that time, the demon emperor was also called the Emperor of Heaven. Why was he stripped of his throne and was only called the Demon Emperor? Let me see. The Demon Emperor was most likely killed by the Emperor of Heaven. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven did not ascend to the throne. It was probably because his name was not right and his words did not sound right. He had to reincarnate and sweep the primordial world with a mighty momentum, and then ascend to the throne. The demon monarch of Burning Soul could not help but refute. Nonsense. If the Demon Emperor was killed by the Emperor of Heaven, then why didn't he ascend to the throne with the momentum of killing the Demon Emperor and sweep the world? Why bother to reincarnate again? Wouldn't killing a Demon Emperor and becoming the Emperor be even more famous and more legitimate? With his hands behind his back, Ajadi said, "According to my research, the Emperor of Heaven could not ascend to the throne at that time because of his awkward status." Ridiculous. What kind of status did the Emperor of Heaven have? How powerful was he to be able to kill the Demon Emperor? Why would he say that his identity was awkward? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven was actually a subject of the Demon Emperor? Killing the Demon Emperor was an offense and a plot to usurp the throne, so he hid his identity and skipped this part? Someone among the old demons could not help but refute. Ajadi sneered. How honorable is the Emperor of Heaven? How could he be a subject of the Demon Emperor? At that time, during the great Wizard and Demon War, those who could fight the Demon Emperor could not be in the Demon Court. They could only be in the Wizard tribe. So the Emperor of Heaven might be a wizard ancestor. Bullsh, *T. If the Emperor of Heaven was a wizard, why didn't he take this opportunity to rebuild the supreme wizard court? Instead, he reincarnated and rebuilt the heavenly court. Isn't that like taking off his pants to fart? The wizard tribe has many political parties. There are as many as 12 wizard ancestors, and they are all equal in status. If the wizard court was established, who would be the Emperor of Heaven? Wouldn't the Emperor of Heaven have 11 brothers and sisters who are equal to him? Ajadi said mockingly, the 12 wizard ancestors are all equally famous. How could it be easy to distinguish who is superior? The Emperor of Heaven has always been wise, so he pulled out a group of forces from the wizard tribe and established his own sect. In the end, he swept through the world and ascended to the throne. He completely cut himself off from the past, and even the great merit of killing the Demon Emperor was hidden. I wonder how much smarter he is than you. You are joking and talking nonsense. You want to apologize to all living beings in the world. Someone among the old demons stepped forward angrily. Everyone hurriedly pulled the two of them apart. Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. As he pulled the man's belt, he secretly glanced at Ajadi. He was afraid. Could these things be said so casually? And this guy's guess was damn accurate. These things were actually not secrets. It was just that the identities of the two parties involved were too high and noble, so no one in the know dared to say anything. Only those who didn't know the inside story would dare to be so bold and speak so casually. Little did they know that both parties were still alive. If I hear you spouting nonsense down there, I can easily crush you to death. Forget about a puny Tao Lord. Even Yuan, you would have no choice but to obediently die once at a critical juncture like this and let the big shot vent his anger. The Shuetu King said in a low voice, "There's no point in fighting here. The ruins of the primordial demon court are right in front of us. Won't we know any secrets once we enter? Besides, the primordial demon court has fallen for a long time, and those great divine powers back then should no longer care. There won't be any fatal secrets. With the wealth of the heavenly court, anything that leaks out from the cracks of their fingers is enough to feed us." Also, that group of bald donkeys took another path. It seems that they entered from the side hall. Also, Ro's remaining corpses ran ahead of us. If we were any later, they would have picked up all the benefits. That's right. Yuan Yu slapped his thigh and said, "Those Ro remnants were able to bypass the dangerous, sealed dream demonic soil and enter the ruins of the demon court. This means that there must be something inside that they want. That must be something good. We can't let these destruction demon disciples succeed and endanger the heavenly realms. Yes, yes. In order to protect the heavenly realms, see, we must not let the row remnants succeed, not even if it falls into the hands of those bald donkeys. Get out of the way. Let me see which way we can enter. The group walked towards the main hall. Just as they approached the main hall, they saw the horizontal board that had fallen into the dust and weeds. Behind the charred black and silent part of the divine text, there were 1 or 2 spots of emerald green sprouting. The spots of emerald green carried a soul-stirring divinity, and behind the charred board, it was like freshly washed jade. The primordial demon text written on the horizontal board was burned by the divine fire, and its divinity was extinguished, turning black. However, there was life sprouting behind it, full of divinity and soul-stirring vitality. It felt like it was not a little green sprout, but the recovery of a universe. Walking here, everyone could not hide their amazement, not to mention how far life was from germinating in the ultimate. In fact, life here was quite a distance from normal. In the ultimate, they had never seen normal life. It was either twisted or strange. This was the ruins of a celestial palace, the damaged plaque of the archaic demon court's throne hall. Coupled with the devastation of war and the destruction of this place, the divine wood that was made into the plaque after being burned by an unknown divine fire actually sprouted. The primordial demon court existed in such a long time that it was impossible to connect these two extreme, contrasting things like the sprout of the divine tree. Am I seeing things? Someone rubbed his eyes. For a Tao Lord to do such a thing, it meant that he really suspected that he was seeing things. Why is there a divine tree sprouting? Could this not be the ultimate forbidden land, but some divine land immortal realm? What kind of divine wooden board is this? How can it germinate after being silent for eons? Fan Wu Jia turned around and saw Yuan Yu searching around as well. He was speechless and said, "Old Taoist, what are you doing now?" Yuan Yu whispered, "Lower your voice. I'm looking for the triple brilliance, godly water. Without it, how did this horizontal board grow on the ground? Legend has it that when the primordial Lord of Heaven's purified bottle fell on the ground, it sprouted within a few days. I thought it was a rumor made up by the heavens against Guanyin Bodhisattva. Who would have thought? This is actually true." Ajadi jogged over and prepared to collect the horizontal board. However, he could not get close to the horizontal board at all. Ajadi used a few escape techniques, but his speed in the void was like that of an ant crawling. He desperately circulated his arcane energy, and with great difficulty he managed to retreat. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "This thing is not a divine tree, but the embryonic form of a world. And that sprout is a budding world. Why did the primordial demon court hang this thing at the door?" Yuan Yu's eyes flashed. "This is the builder tree. This board is a divine wood cut from the divine tree of the builder tree. The builder tree is also known as the world tree. It can support a world. The space-time inside is definitely distorted. It seems that the size of the Hall of Enlightenment is larger than we imagined. I have never heard of the builder tree being reborn from cuttings. When the builder tree was made into a horizontal board and suppressed in the Hall of Enlightenment, it was definitely dead. For it to sprout now, it seems strange no matter how I look at it. I feel like there is something going on here." Yuan Yu said in a low voice, "The primordial demon court might not have fallen here for a simple reason. Perhaps someone has reused the primordial demon court. Who has the guts to live in the ruins of the celestial heavens? Aren't they afraid of shortening their lifespan?" Fan Wu Jie clicked his tongue. Yuan Yu glanced at him and asked, "What do you think? Which garden did we just come out from?" "You mean?" Fan Wu Jie cautiously pointed at his head. "In the demonic earth of the sealed domain, Old Man Corpse God said that it was the Garden of Solitude and also the Sky of Freedom. The The sky of freedom is the place where the demon ancestor of slaughter created life and searched for good fortune. Old man corpse god is not a simple person, and the things he knows are not simple either. We escaped from the garden of solitude, but who said that we escaped from the sky of freedom? The garden of solitude can be the sky of freedom. Why can't the primordial demon court be the sky of freedom? The demon ancestor used the garden of Buddha to raise chi and used the palace of the demon emperor to do other things. He really has a wide range of hobbies. How many worlds are there in the sky of freedom? Fan Wujie looked at the bottomless door of the Hall of Enlightenment, and he couldn't help but feel his legs turn to jelly. Who knew what the demon ancestor was raising in the back? Demon ancestor, can't you have some other hobbies? River Styx, sorry, this old man likes to raise birds and insects. Raising small animals is my hobby. With the style of the demon ancestor, I'm afraid that even the place where Ro is sealed will be used. Yuan Yu sighed and said, even if we go further into the forbidden area where demon ancestor is sealed Ro, I won't be surprised. Can't you say something nice? Fan Wujie sighed and said, looking at the vast primordial demon court in front of him, Fan Wujie's eyes no longer had the mighty and domineering look from before. Instead, he was reduced to a small vegetable garden in the backyard of the demon ancestor of slaughter. Fan Wujie inexplicably thought of an old man who looked like an old farmer, picking up things that people didn't want before the world was broken. What Buddha's garden? The backyard of the Emperor of Heaven, the palace of the former Emperor of Heaven, the courtyard where the three pure ones stayed. When they found a ruin, they would put it away, wash it in the ultimate ruins, and then hide it, raising some small pets, small animals, and so on. Thinking of this, the style seemed to be inexplicably a little off. And in Yuan Yu's imagination, the young River Styx was holding two swords, like a tyrannical street tiger, blocking the door of the Buddha ancestor and the Tao Lord, with a cold face against the two swords, extorting and forcibly taking people's things, and then hiding in the ultimate ruins. With the help of the Blood Sea, he created all kinds of strange and bizarre monsters, preparing to counterattack the world and dominate the world. Wearing a white coat, River Styx, who was devoutly researching in the laboratory of the Sky of Freedom, scratched his neck and continued to look down at the Blood Sea petri dish. Chapter 1270. Poyamakuo led the Azura tribe deep into the Hall of Enlightenment. They all had many wounds on their bodies, and they had even lost 2 people. Poyamakuo's aura was much weaker than when she was in Poyamakuo's heart and had recovered to her peak with the help of Dara's divine treasure. Along the way, they had experienced countless dangers and fights. Carefree heaven, the ruins of the Hall of Enlightenment. Poyamakuo's tone was complicated. The ruins of the Hall of Enlightenment were modified by the slaughtered demon ancestor to contain the species of the Blood Sea that the great divine arts didn't want. This was the breeding ground for countless strange monsters. The River Styx demon ancestor had a strange and fierce temperament. In the past, he created the Azura tribe, but abandoned us because we weren't the seeds of the devil Tao that he had envisioned. Back then, the Chaos Demon ancestor's spirit and body were split into 2. The evil thoughts and evil energy of the Chaos Devil God became the Ro Demon ancestor, and Panga's essence blood, which was contaminated by the devil energy, turned into the Blood Sea. Originally, when the Ro Demon ancestor entered the Blood Sea, it would give birth to the one and only supreme demon ancestor of the devil Tao, the Chaos Demon ancestor. However, Panga's essence blood was blessed by Pangu and gave birth to a consciousness. After receiving a trace of Pangu's water ancestor's dharma, the River Styx demon ancestor was born. He cut out the impurities in his body that were contaminated by the Chaos Devil God and gave birth to the Azura tribe. Therefore, the Azura tribe was despised by the River Styx demon ancestor. The River Styx demon ancestor didn't think that we, who were contaminated by the Chaos Devil God, were the seeds of the devil Tao that he wanted to create. Therefore, even though we were born from the Blood Sea, he still preferred the human race. He thought that the human race was the natural seed of the devil Tao and was qualified to develop his orthodoxy. However, we were just the remains of the chaos devil god, the orphans of the old devil Tao. When the Asura tribe was at its most lost, it was the Ro demon ancestor who took us in. He was born from the spirit of the chaos demon ancestor and inherited the evil thoughts and resentment of the 3,000 chaos devil god. The few great Asura kings of the Asura tribe were all born from his impurities. They were his natural deployment. Therefore, the king chose to follow the Ro demon ancestor in an attempt to occupy the Panga universe and create the era of the Chaos clan. Unfortunately, after the fall of Pango, he left behind a contingency plan that allowed the River Styx demon ancestor to be born and create the new devil Tao of the Panga universe. The plan of the 3,000 Chaos devil god fell through. The one and only demon ancestor who was originally expected to inherit the legacy of the 3,000 Chaos devil god, the Chaos demon ancestor, was divided into two by the spirit and the body into the Ro demon ancestor and the River Styx demon ancestor. After the River Styx demon ancestor was born, he cut off the impurities of the Chaos devil god and turned them into the Asura tribe. He cut off the legacy of the Chaos demon ancestor and thought that he inherited the Panga clan. After the creation of the world, the strength of the Ro demon ancestor was not enough to suppress the Panga clan. This allowed the three pure ones, the 12 witches, and the ancient gods to gradually grow. This led to the premature end of our era. Piyamoko said fiercely. Before the destruction of the chaos world, the Ro demon ancestor sensed the secrets of heaven and knew that the last opportunity of the chaos devil Tao was about to arrive. When the chaos world was destroyed, the Ro demon ancestor could use the karma of the 3,000 chaos devil god and confirm the oath and curse of the 3,000 chaos devil god before they died to prove the great Tao of destruction. With the help of the chaos world's shattered destiny, he could transform into the destruction devil god and completely destroy the Panga universe. Then he would open the universe of our devil Tao on the remains of the chaos world. Unfortunately, the River Styx demon ancestor also predicted this. Before the chaos world was destroyed, he used the body of the ultimate demon god as bait to lure the Ro demon ancestor into the ultimate sea. He suppressed the Ro demon ancestor and used the ultimate to seal the destruction devil god. In order to save the Ro demon ancestor, the king and the other old subordinates led us into the ultimate. King Vemakaitra even broke into the seal alone. In the end, the king sacrificed himself and was drowned and killed by the River Styx demon ancestor with the blood sea. But the other great Asura kings broke into the depths of the ultimate. Before he died, the king Vemakaitra saw the method the River Styx demon ancestor used to seal the Ro demon ancestor. He also determined the way to break the seal. Poi'emo Kuo glanced at the group of Asura demon followers and said excitedly, "That's why we willingly allowed ourselves to be trapped in the calamity eye of the blood sea and the immeasurable calamity. It's all so that we could fight for the sliver of an opportunity. It's all so that we could be fully prepared to rescue the Rahu demon ancestor and establish a new era for our Asura tribe. For Asura!" Poi'emo Kuo raised her forearms and said excitedly, "For the great Asura!" The old subordinates of Ro, the Asura demon followers, roared. The mummy that brought Fan Wujie and Yuanyu into Golden Turtle Island stood out. He was no longer the half-dead person he was when he first saw Yuanyu. Now he was still covered in green hair, but he was no longer that skinny and withered look. Instead, his entire body was surging with a strong corpse chi. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, just like a tall, green-haired zombie. However, this was only a change in appearance. In fact, the real essence of the mummy was still this human skin. It was just that this human skin was now inflated by the strong corpse chi. This was the difference between before and after it was inflated. If Yuanyu was here, he would definitely be very surprised, because he originally thought that the mutation of the dried corpse's human skin was a common characteristic of the survivors of Ro who cultivated the destruction demon path. But now it seemed that this was just a special case. After the other destruction demon followers obtained the fortune of the Poya divine treasure and escaped from the state of imminent destruction, they returned to normal. The indescribable state that they had with the destruction great Tao disappeared. But after the dried corpse was replenished by the fortune, it only inflated the human skin a little. The essence was still the human skin that was imprinted with the destruction, great Tao. It was extremely fragile and abnormally terrifying. Did this mean that the nature of destruction of the dried corpse was even higher than the leader of the destruction demon followers, Poemo Qo? Also, the dried corpse's final Tao understanding made Yuan Yu feel threatened. But when the Poya king's heart was in the divine treasure, a destruction demon follower who had unleashed the final Tao understanding was eliminated by the combined forces of the Buddha sect and the Devil sect without any Dara's help. In comparison, there seemed to be some difference in power. The green-haired zombie asked, "Leader, is there anything here that can save Lord Ro? Are you questioning why I would take such a huge risk and enter deep into this devilish domain?" Poya Moqo said coldly, "Why did I not hesitate to use the remaining blood chi of the king's corpse to enter this place?" The green-haired zombie bowed his head and said, "I don't dare." "Rise," looking at the green-haired zombie kneeling in fear. Poya Moqo waved her hand and said, "It's time to tell you some things. The plan to save Lord Ro was exchanged with the lives of the great Azura kings. At that time, the kings realized that if they wanted to save Ro demon ancestor, they couldn't attract the attention of the great divine arts practitioners. So the weaker the person carrying out the plan, the better. If Dara moved, it would attract the attention of Dara from the three religions and even ancestor river Styx. So the more inconspicuous the person carrying out the plan, the better. Furthermore, the ruins of End hides a huge secret. It is a place that many Dara and the great divine arts practitioners pay special attention to. The person carrying out the plan can't come from the outside world. Instead, he has to hide in the ruins of End until the great divine arts practitioners don't notice him." The green-haired zombie said in realization, So His Majesty raised a hand and protected us, making us the only hope. But to enter the deepest part of the ruins of End where Ro, demon ancestor, is sealed, even Dara wouldn't be able to do it. The kings paid a heavy price to enter the ruins of End. How could we do it? An Azura demon follower raised an objection. Ever since the endless calamity, the Azura race had been united against the destruction demon follower who suffered under the blood calamity. But now, Poya Moqo told them that their sacrifice was only for the sake of a hopeless plan. Even with the loyalty of the Azura race, they couldn't bear such a blow. Poya Moqo growled in a low voice, "The great Azura kings already have a complete plan. Do you not believe in His Majesty? Compared to the sacrifice of His Majesty and the great Azura kings, our sacrifice is nothing." The speaker quickly bowed and admitted his mistake. Poya Moqo said calmly, "The way to enter the ruins of End is here. This is the only place where many ancient species of the chaos are preserved. The Hall of Illumination of the Sky Demon Palace has preserved many ancient species of the ancient demon clan. These are all strange species created by ancestor river Styx in ancient times. At that time, ancestor river Styx's Tao of creation wasn't so crazy. It didn't challenge the limits of creation. Ancestor river Styx was busy expanding the range of species, so the species he created were relatively peaceful and ancient. After ancestor Hutu opened the reincarnation cycle, ancestor river Styx's Tao of creation became more and more extreme. The species he created became more and more challenging the limits of creation and life. That was why the powerful beings forced ancestor river Styx to seal his creations in the ruins of End, in the sky of freedom where he experimented with creation. Due to the changes in the environment, Many ancient species were no longer suitable for breeding in the outside world. Therefore, ancestor river Styx moved some of them to the immemorial demon court. Many ancient species here are extinct in the outside world. Among them is the number one non-Tual ancient ant in the universe. Non-Tual ancient ant. The green-haired corpse was shocked. Some of the destruction demon disciples frowned and scratched their heads in confusion. Some had never heard of this ancient species. Poye Mokuo explained, "It's normal that you haven't heard of this species. The non-Tual ancient ant was already on the verge of extinction when the immemorial demon court ruled the world. It was said that it was hunted by its natural enemies. In the immemorial demon era, this ancient species was very common. They are good at piercing through restrictions and can drill through anything. According to the legends, they can even drill holes in the universe and can even crawl to an even more ancient era. The most famous characteristic of this ancient species is that it can't be trapped. Even a powerful being would find it difficult to suppress this species. It looks like an ordinary ant, but it can drill holes in the universe and drill into the void. It can even crawl into the depths of the universe. As long as there is a flaw in the operation of restrictions, it can drill through. It's an ancient species that can't be suppressed. Only such a species would be able to find the flaw in the Rahu Fiend ancestor seal and bring us into the sealed land." At this time, someone asked in a weak voice, "If this ancient species can't be suppressed and sealed, how did demon ancestor trap them here?" Poye Mokuo said lightly, "They are ancestor river Styx's creations, so it's easy for demon ancestor to trap them. Moreover, the non-Tual ancient ant has a terrifying natural enemy that hunts them down. As long as one escapes the ultimate, it will be hunted down by the natural enemy. Naturally, they don't dare to escape the ultimate." The green-haired zombie shook his head and said, "It's not a problem how River Styx demon ancestor traps them, but how do we trap them? Let me ask you, if the non-Tual ancient ants are not restricted, how do we capture them? Even if we are lucky enough to catch two, how do we preserve them?" Great Master Fajing looked at the purple gold alms bowl in his hand with a strange expression. He saw that the 9 transformations, dragon soul, worm grass, preserved in the purple gold alms bowl, had been bitten off a small piece. On the tail of the spirit grass that looked like a dragon worm, there were 2 or 3 tiny white insects, which were like 1 or 2 small ants. An old monk beside him was so distressed that his lips were trembling. He wailed, "My 9 transformations, dragon soul, worm grass. This is a 5 transformations, dragon soul, worm grass, the king of spiritual roots in ancient times." Master Fa Jing was so anxious that his eyes turned red. After the destruction of ancient times, I don't know if there are still such treasured herbs growing. This is a spiritual herb that can allow people to live another life. It's known as a quasi-immortal herb. Many people from the mystic door evaluated it above the immortal herb. After all, the immortal herb can only allow people to live forever, but this spiritual herb can allow people to live another life. It's also known as a medicine for regret. Any problems in the foundation of cultivation can be made up for by living another life. It can be said to be a medicine for regret on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, the true medicine for regret, the 9 transformations pill of rebirth without regrets. Legend has it that it can allow one to reincarnate to the beginning of life with their memories and start over again. One of its main ingredients is the 9 transformations, dragon soul, worm grass. Legend has it that this spiritual herb was created by the River Styx demon ancestor to challenge the order of reincarnation. Therefore, it was envied by the heavens. At the beginning of its growth, ghosts from the netherworld secretly stole the essence of the spiritual herb and ate it dry. There was also a legend that when this spiritual herb transformed, it needed to take root in the netherworld. At this time, the ghosts and gods from the netherworld would see it and cut it off, therefore it was extremely rare in the world. After the primordial world was broken, there were no more rumors about it. Since Master Fa Jing entered the palace ruins, he had encountered countless ancient and strange species. It was unbelievable that he found a few of them. A group of people risked their lives to snatch one from the mouth of the ancient plague locust. Fa Jing cherished it like an eyeball and carefully stored it in the purple gold alms bowl. He didn't expect the primordial spiritual treasure to be invaded. It was bitten off by this strange insect. Fa Jing observed the insects carefully and howled. It's actually the non-Tual ancient ants. The non-Tual ancient ants that are number one in breaking restrictions and can travel in space. The old monks then put away their distressed expressions and asked Fa Jing carefully, "Senior brother, how much is this thing worth? What the F*CK is it worth?" Fa Jing stomped his feet and said, "It's a pest, a great disaster of the primordial world." No wonder the seniors said in the ancient books that the spiritual pills and spiritual herbs of the primordial world can't be placed randomly. If they are placed for a long time, they will grow worms. So it means that the spiritual herbs that are placed for a long time will attract the non-Tual ancient ants, and they will eat away at them. This is a famous pest in the primordial world. My precious medicine, my peerless medicine for regret. Isn't this thing extinct long ago? Back then, this thing must have eaten away some treasure of the primordial demon court's Nanwangong. It incurred the wrath of this peerless demon god. He ordered his bloodline descendant, the Fu Count bird, to exterminate the non-Tual ancient ants whenever it saw them. He also gave the Fu Count bird the talent to kill these insects. From then on, the Fu Count bird became this ant's natural enemy. It traveled to the primordial world and exterminated the non-Tual ancient ants. Non-Tual ancient ants. Yuan Yu had a strange expression. He looked at the two white dots on the builder tree and said softly, "Why are they still here? Didn't Nanwangong exterminate them?" It's not strange that it can get close to the builder tree. After all, it's an ancient species with the best escape technique. It's said that it's a strange species created by ancestor river Styx. It was exterminated during the time when the primordial world was ruled by the primordial demon court. At that time, the great medic of the demon race, Nanwangong Bo Fu of the primordial demon court, created their natural enemy, the Fu Count bird. He searched the primordial world and exterminated them. Fan Wujia asked doubtfully, "Nanwangong is a great medic of the primordial demon race. Why did he have a problem with a small ant?" Nanwangong. He was a great medic of the primordial world. He was one of the two giants of the demon race, along with the Kuinpeng patriarch. One of them led the demon race's celestial generals, and the other led the demon race's celestial lords. They were the left and right arms of the demon king, the emperor of heaven. However, when the primordial demon court was destroyed, they betrayed the demon king. It's said that the demon king was afraid of them and suppressed them secretly. Some say that if the demon king hadn't cut off his own arm, the emperor of heaven might not have been able to replace the demon court with the heaven. Yuan Yu sighed and said, "However, there's another legend about the non-Tual ancient ant. It's said that ancestor river Styx created this species to make things difficult for Nanwangong. Nanwangong was afraid of his wife. Every time he came home with women, he would be punished to kneel to the ant. Ancestor river Styx took pleasure in his misfortune. So he created a strange species that even Nanwangong couldn't defeat. It's the non-Tual ancient ant. He secretly instigated it to Nanwangong's wife. From then on, Nanwangong hated the non-Tual ancient ant to the bone, and he wanted to exterminate it. However, his wife stopped him from doing so. It wasn't until the primordial demon court was established that Nanwangong used his bloodline to create a kind of demon bird, the talisman bird, and exterminated it. Just to mess with Nanwangong, ancestor river Styx created a heaven-defying species? Fan Wu Jie looked at the sky speechlessly. Were the great mediums so free? Just to vent his anger, Nanwangong was willing to exterminate such a heaven-defying species. Yuan Yu sighed. Fan Wu Jie rested his chin on his hand and watched the show. What happened after that? After that, Nan Wangong thought that he had vented his anger, but he didn't expect Ancestor River Styx to be even better and fall into his trap. Ancestor River Styx secretly created a rumor that Nan Wangong had been merciful and left behind countless descendants to breed the talisman bird race. He even revealed this to Nan Wangong's wife. Then, the grape rack in Nan Wangong's backyard collapsed. Even when the primordial demon court was destroyed, Nan Wangong didn't do anything. Everyone said that Ancestor River Styx started with Nan Wangong's weakness and eradicated one of the primordial demon court's arms. He was known as the 34th best strategist of the primordial world. At the beginning of the game, he started with the weakness of human nature, calculated countless eons, and unexpectedly got rid of a great medium. Originally, I thought that although Nan Wangong was temporarily unlucky, he still got rid of a major threat. Now, it seems that Ancestor River Styx also specially raised a group of non-Tuo ancient ants in the ultimate for Nan Wangong's wife. Back then, Nan Wangong didn't make it in time for the last battle against the liches and demons, so he should be kneeling on the ants. Although Nan Wangong's wife is reasonable and will not interfere with official business, as long as she is temporarily entangled, Nan Wangong will not dare to make a move. And temporarily entangling a woman is too easy. Fan Wu Jie couldn't believe it. Just for a woman, Nan Wangong even lost the primordial demon court? Just because he has to kneel on the ants? Is kneeling on the ants more important than the survival of the demon court? You don't understand. Yuan Yu said faintly, kneeling on the ants is related to Nan Wangong's life and death. Compared to that, what is the primordial demon court? To control the non-Tuo ancient ants, you have to use the skeleton of the Bo Fu demon bird as a vessel. Only then can the non-Tuo ancient ants fear the aura of their natural enemy and not dare to escape. Puyumakuo said confidently. Nan Wangong knelt on the non-Tuo ancient ants for hundreds of yuan hui before he came up with a way to restrain this ancient species. From then on, he could kneel freely. Unfortunately, River Styx later created the cultivation path of the non-Tuo ancient ants. They could use Nan Wangong's aura to cultivate and refine themselves to become smaller and smaller, making it harder to deal with and easier to escape into the void. In the end, they could cultivate into the non-Tuo ant king, a species of the void that could escape anything. This was because River Styx created the non-Tuo ant king and the non-Tuo ant queen, two even stranger species. One was a void species that could not be restrained, while the other could reproduce the non-Tuo ancient ants and evolve their bloodline, making them more and more compatible with their natural enemy. That was why Nan Wangong was trapped for dozens of yuan hui, preventing him from interfering in the war between the shamans and demons. In the end, Nan Wangong completely lost his temper and used his identity as a great mediator to change the primordial world's heavenly Tao, making it impossible for the non-Tuo ancient ants to survive. Only then did this ancient species become extinct. Chapter 1271. Staring at the non-Tuo ancient ants on the sprout, Yuan Yu's eyes were filled with curiosity, and he murmured, "Maybe I know why the destruction demon followers, the remnants of Ro, wanted to enter this place. The non-Tuo ancient ants are the best in the art of escape. Their innate skill allows them to break through all kinds of seals. This ancient species created by the slaughter demon ancestor is able to find the weakest part of the seals. In order to enter the forbidden land where Ro is sealed, one must have the help of this mysterious species." The Shui-Tu King's eyes darkened. "I remember that we can use the non-Tuo ancient ants to craft a type of restriction-breaking talisman, using this species' innate skill to break through the seals. Are these destruction demon followers trying to craft this talisman?" Yuan Yu shook. The place where Ro is sealed is not some ordinary seal. It is a shackle formed by the returning ruins demon god's mortal body, a seal that contains the entire returning ruins' power. The returning ruins demon god's essence is entangled with the destruction demon god, and through the seals of the great presences, it turned into a shackle that locked Ro's Yuan Shin. In other words, they're using Ro's power as the shackle to lock its Yuan Shin. That place is the deepest place in the returning ruins. I even suspect that Dara Heaven is there as well. How can a mere restriction-breaking talisman be able to enter such a place? If you want to enter the sealed area, you must have the best escape art in the heavens, the best calculation in the heavens, the best killing art in the heavens, and the best speed in the heavens, using the non-Tua ancient ant to find the flaw of the seal. Then, using the best calculation in the heavens, you must calculate the time and changes of the flaw. Then, using the best killing art in the heavens, you must slash the weak point of the seal. Finally, you must seize that fleeting moment and use the best speed in the heavens to escape into the flaw. Only in this way can we create a weak chance on the seal so that insignificant existences like us can sneak in. The best art of escape, other than the non-Tua ancient ant's innate skill, can only be achieved by those who have mastered the art of transformation to the great 5 elements escape, or those who have mastered the innate yin and yang qi and the 5-colored divine light. The best calculation in the returning ruins can only be achieved by Emperor Shi's innate and acquired 8 trigrams, the ancient heaven's river diagram, and Luo Shu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors Lian Shan Hui Tsangzhoke, Ziwei the Great Emperor's Ziwei Do number, Chimin Duanjia, Lu Rin divine lesson, and Tai Yi divine number. I was able to locate the flaws of Dara's remains with the 9 palaces flying stars, but with my cultivation and divination, I'm not even worthy of carrying the shoes of those people up there. The best killing treasure in the returning ruins is the most difficult. Since ancient times, only the returning ruins' immortal execution formation and the Bell of Chaos can be called the best killing treasure in the returning ruins. Luckily, the best killing treasure in the returning ruins is the limit that the returning ruins can bear. It's much weaker than the returning ruins, so you only need to use Dara's full power. That way, you only need to borrow an innate spirit treasure that specializes in killing, such as the heavenly demonic blood god saber, the sea-calming divine pearl, the male and female swords, the mirror of yin-yang. Every time you mentioned a name, the faces of the group of demon lords turned ghastly. In the end, the leader of the lifeless sect had no choice but to interrupt him and said, "If we could get our hands on any of the supreme treasures of any of the sects, I would have killed them long ago." Cult Master Chao Nu, be serious. The Shui Tu King interrupted. Yuan Yu pouted and shook his head. If you could summon the immortal execution flying knife or the projection of Yuan Tu and Avicii's 2 swords, or even a trace of its aura, you might be able to execute a strike like that. If I could get a trace of the aura of the spirit treasure that demon ancestor carries with him, would I still be able to survive in the returning ruins with my abilities? I would have gone to the boundless sea of blood to hug demon ancestor's thigh. An old demon's words were crude, but they were not crude. Yuan Yu spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Don't be fooled by the fact that the remnants of Ro have Dara's corpse in their hands. Even if they burn Poya's corpse, they won't be able to unleash the number 1 strike in the returning ruins. The number 1 speed in the returning ruins is easy. You just need to reach the speed of light. Fan Brat's cosmic light escape art, Shui Tu King's blood transformation escape art, and Ajadi's 9 underworlds escape art are all possible. The only thing is that the number 1 speed in the returning ruins is the basic requirement to enter the seal. If you can't reach the speed of light, then don't even think about breaking into the seal's flaw. You'll die even if you enter. We don't need to think about anything else. Someone will prepare everything for us." The Shui Tu King analyzed calmly. Yuan Yu shook his head and said, "Don't count on the destroying demon disciples to be defenseless and be used by us. In fact, after being polished by the Aeon's calamity, their plan is already flawless. There's no chance for us to be used. If we want to play with them, we have to have our own trump cards." Ajadi stared at the non-Tual ancient ant on the sprout of the builder tree. He tried to form a black-green hand with his primordial spirit and pinched the non-to-all ancient ant from afar. The black-green hand turned into a rolling black cloud, gathering and dispersing unpredictably as it tried to grab the non-to-all ancient ant. However, the closer it got to the sprout of the builder tree, the smaller the hand became. The closer it got to the builder tree, the greater the curvature of the space. In the end, it turned into a mustard seed. Ajati desperately opened up the primordial spirit hand. He felt that his second primordial spirit had already expanded to its maximum size, covering the sky and holding a small world in its palm. However, when it was 3 feet away from the sprout of the builder tree, the primordial spirit hand was already like a speck of dust. If it wanted to move forward, it would become even smaller. At this moment, something seemed to fly up from the sprout of the builder tree. The demon monarchs could only sense that something was approaching Ajati's second primordial spirit. However, it was only when it was about to reach the primordial spirit hand that they saw the speck of dust rapidly expanding. In the end, when it reached the position of Ajati's primordial spirit hand, it was already the size of a mosquito. It was like a mosquito. It flapped its wings and buzzed, but the primordial spirit hand at the same position was only the size of a speck of dust. The mosquito was thousands of times bigger. One had to know that the size of the palm formed by the second primordial spirit could cover the sky and the sun, and it could even hold a small world. Compared to that, how big was the mosquito? The demon monarchs could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Ajati was sweating profusely, and he could not help but shake his head and say, "This builder tree is indeed the world tree. Its main body is probably as big as a boundless universe, and the surface of the leaf might be a boundless continent. Who knows how many terrifying monsters live there, but we just cannot see them. If we recklessly enter that world, we might alarm countless strange ancient species. The risk is too great." Fan Wujie could not help but interrupt. But those 2 non-to-all ancient ants seemed to be lying on the leaf of the builder tree. If we can't even see those terrifying monsters on the builder tree, then how big are these 2 ants that we can see? The demon monarchs instantly lost their voices, and they ran madly toward the gate of the Hall of Translucence. "What the hell? What the hell?" The Shui-Tu King said anxiously, "So the most terrifying monster is right in front of us, and we were just discussing how to catch it." The non-to-all ancient ants are the first in the universe. We don't know how long those 2 ants have lived on the builder tree, but they most likely grew up with the builder tree, so they have the characteristics of the builder tree. They still look like ants, but their standard is the builder tree, and in front of them we are the ants. Yuan Yu's face was pale, and he said, "This ancient species created by the demon ancestor is incomparably mysterious, and it has an unpredictable ability to evolve. I already said that a species that can survive under the knees of the Nan Wang Kung is not that simple. It most likely has an unparalleled ability to evolve. They grew up with the builder tree, parasitizing it, and using the builder tree as a reference to grow, using the builder tree as nourishment and food. Although they still look like ants, they are already an extremely terrifying monster." The Shui-Tu King calmed his nerves, and he said, "I made a mistake. I made a mistake." Fan Wujie's face was gloomy, and he said, "The builder tree is the world tree, and growing up with the world tree, how great is that? Moreover, the species created by the demon ancestor are probably a little strange. For example, the non-to-all ancient ants have a terrifying ability to evolve. They grew up with the builder tree, using the world tree as a reference. Every life form has a growth limit, and of course, the non-to-all ancient ants have one as well. But the scary thing about the non-to-all ancient ants is that their growth limit is a relative limit, a concept that they have compared to other existences. The non-to-all ancient ants are indeed ants, but if they grow up with other powerful species, their concept of ants will deviate, and they will grow into ants that are relative to those powerful species. If there was also a non-too-ancient ant lying on Panga's head when he created the world, and it gave birth to an ant that was relative to Pangu, it will probably grow into an innate god. At this thought, everyone shuddered, and they could not imagine what kind of existence the ants on Panga's head were. The creation of the river Styx demon ancestor is too strange. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the non-too-ancient ants have such terrifying characteristics. Yuan Yu hugged himself in fear. The limit of this species depends on the environment it grows in. It has a clear definition of its position, and it will definitely grow to that level in whatever environment it grows in, even though it sees itself as an ant. But sometimes ants in certain environments can easily destroy other worlds. This must be another crazy experiment by the demon ancestor. An old demon swore, "The demon ancestor is too scary. He will definitely destroy the universe. He will cause an earth-shattering disaster." As expected of the slaughtered demon ancestor, his mental state is really dangerous. Is this the demonic nature? The slaughtered demon ancestor's demonic nature is very strange. He seems to have a curiosity to destroy everything and an extremely evil drive. There is always a kind of madness that does not care about the consequences and does not care about anything. I seem to have grasped a trace of the supreme demonic nature, and my understanding of the cultivation method passed down by the demon ancestor has improved by another level. The great Freedom Heaven contains the supreme demonic nature of the demon ancestor, and the existences here are all strange and unpredictable. A ferocious, strange bird with incomparably gorgeous feathers, but its aura was not at all peaceful. Instead, it was abnormally fierce, and it lowered its head to count the ants under its knees. 1, 2, 3. It had to be careful at all times. It could not let these weak ants kneel to death. But it also had to pay attention, lest these species, which had the concept of being ants compared to it, burrow into the void and escape. It had a very terrifying psychological shadow over the consequences of one kneeling to death and another kneeling to escape. These damned ants, damned troublesome, they had the strange ability of space, and could often seize the moment when the strange bird was not paying attention, break through its magical power, and disappear without a trace. But they could not use too much force, and if the strange bird used its full demon power to suppress them, they would die in front of it. When that time came, the strange bird would be the unlucky one. These damned species were specially created by a certain existence with a bad taste to see it in distress. The most terrible thing was that these ants had an astonishing ability to adapt and evolve, so their ability was constantly changing and adapting to its magic power and aura, so that the strange bird could never find a suitable strength and method to suppress them forever. Therefore, in order to make things difficult for it, someone had indeed put in a lot of effort. The strange bird swore to block the entrance of the Blood Sea in the next Yuhui to cause trouble. When that time comes, I will also bring a few capable brothers. I think that Cocky Peacock is a good choice. When that time comes, I will force him to block the door for me, or he will eat these ants for me. They are evolving too fast. If I don't get rid of them now, it will be troublesome if my wife catches a few more of them next time. River Styx is bullying me because I am not as proficient in the path of creation as he is. Unfortunately, I am indeed not proficient. Next time, I will help the Buddhists beat up his little brat. Subduing demons is the duty of my generation. Baba, I am a great demon, a great sage of the demon race, exterminating demons and protecting the Tao. Yes, exterminating demons and protecting the Tao is the duty of my generation. Ba, River Styx, I will beat your Tao of evil to the ground. Inside the Hall of Enlightenment was an ancient world. With a flourish of the prehistoric era, F.A. Jing held the purple gold alms bowl, his large hands covering the mouth of the alms bowl tightly. The corners of his eyes were twitching wildly. Those who knew him well could see that this big monk was on the verge of losing his temper. F.A. Jing was trembling with anger. This thing How do I kill it with this thing? He had already tried countless methods. He used the chanting of Buddhist light, used the great power of subduing demons to suppress it, used the power of the purple gold alms bowl to imprison it, used the power of the connate spiritual treasure to subdue it, used the virtue-purifying water to dissolve the spiritual roots of the precious medicine, and used dozens of methods to hide things. However, every time he tried to chase away the two hateful ants, as long as he shifted his gaze slightly, he would always see the two ants lying on the precious medicine that was worth billions and chewing on it. It was as if the spiritual medicine could grow worms on its own. In the end, F.A. Jing had no choice but to arrange for two old monks to keep an eye on the precious spiritual medicine. However, the two Nantuo ancient ants acted as if they did not see them. They swaggered into the spiritual medicine and chewed on it from the inside out. As F.A. Jing's methods became more and more ruthless, the ants seemed to be provoking him. At first, there were only 2 of them. Later, when F.A. Jing realized that something was wrong and broke open the spiritual medicine to check, there were already more than 10 of them. A small group of Nantuo ancient ants was chewing on the spiritual medicine. He could not catch them, nor could he trap them. Even if he hardened his heart and refined them to death along with the spiritual medicine, they could also burrow into the void in time and could not be hurt at all. F.A. Jing felt tired in his heart. He grabbed the spiritual medicine that he had painstakingly snatched from the hands of the ancient mutants and stuffed it into his mouth. As he choked, he stiffened his neck and swallowed. Looking at the old monk beside him who wanted to say something but stopped, F.A. Jing said angrily, "Do you think I want to? I can't waste it on those pests. Eat with me, your senior brother." The old monk stammered, "Senior brother, every medicine has its poison." Many of these ancient spiritual medicines were specially created by Dara after calculating a certain medicinal effect. Dara refines medicine according to the medicinal effect, but the refinement of medicine now is piecing together the ingredients. "What do you mean?" F.A. Jing asked. "Senior brother, there are vines growing out of your ears." The old monk pointed at the purple vine that was rustling out of F.A. Jing's ears and said, "It seems to be the heart-piercing, bone-eating, brain-eating, purple-blooded vine. Senior brother, allow me to help you pluck it." Therefore, many of the spiritual medicines in ancient times were specially cultivated by Dara to breed a certain medicinal effect. Unlike the spiritual medicines of today, which have adapted to nature, the ancient spiritual medicines have many strange habits and characteristics, and even more so have many strange processing methods. Some have to go through special processing to obtain a certain special medicinal effect. For example, this heart-piercing, bone-eating, brain-eating, purple-blooded vine must be parasitized in a certain powerful demonic beast, allowing it to devour its bones and blood. Finally, the brain is extracted as blood marrow, which grows out of the 7 orifices. After cutting open the vines, the purple blood marrow is extracted from the demonic beast's brain. It has a certain special medicinal effect, and because of the different species of demonic beast it devours, the medicinal effect will be slightly different. The old monk cut open the purple-blooded vine and looked at the purple-gold blood marrow within, praising, "The quality of the spiritual medicine cultivated by Senior Brother's brain is indeed excellent. There is a delicate fragrance of the epiphyllum and a deep Buddhist nature." Fajin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Buddhist blood was dark black. The old monk sighed. "Senior brother, you should screen it before consuming it. Besides, I don't recommend you to consume it raw. After all, most spiritual medicines have a certain special medicinal effect. The medicinal effect is the same as the toxicity. Medicine is poison, and the more medicine, the more poisonous it is. There are many ancient species preserved here, and their medicinal effects are very unique and precious. It can reproduce many ancient prescriptions, but if you consume it raw without processing it, not only will it waste the spiritual medicine, but it will also easily cause a conflict between the medicinal effects. Look, isn't it poisoned?" Fajing had already recalled the many spiritual medicines he had swallowed in one gulp. He suddenly realized that the dozen stalks that contained special poisons took up a small portion of the spiritual medicines. They seemed to have been collected by this skinny old monk. Furthermore, he had obtained spiritual medicines from the mouths of ancient demonic beings and ferocious beasts. This junior brother seemed to have only dug in some strange places and used some strange methods to pluck some specific parts of the spiritual medicine. Fodging asked in a low voice, "May I know what is this junior brother's Dharma name?" The old monk had a kind expression and put his palms together. "Dharma name Wu Chen." Fajin smiled sadly. "Junior brother, are you great master Wu Chen, who is known as the king of medicine merciless hands?" In front of senior brother Fajing, I only have a superficial understanding of the Dharma. How would I dare to call myself a great master? Wu Chen was very humble. Fajing wanted to say that this junior brother's understanding of spiritual medicine seemed to be a little off. Spiritual medicine was the divine beauty of creation, the spirit of heaven and earth. In essence, it was the gathering of spirituality and spiritual energy. The medicinal effects could be easily refined and nourished one's cultivation. In essence, it was a kind of creation. That was why there were countless ferocious birds and beasts guarding it. The primordial, treasured spiritual medicine that we were talking about were all fruits in essence. Peaches of immortality, ginseng fruits, yellow plums, and the lotus seeds of the green lotus of creation were all representatives of this sect. This kind of spiritual medicine was actually a fruit with great nourishment. I've never heard of any harm from eating it. Your focused spiritual root has a special characteristic. It's the kind that focuses on medicinal effects and changes in physical properties. It's a professional sect that believes that everything can be used as medicine and everything can be used as medicine. We barged into this ominous land to snatch the creation and eat the fruits. Junior brother, you're actually focusing on picking spiritual medicine that has a myriad of medicinal effects and can't be used by non-professionals. Then you sneak into my fruit basket. Are you trying to trick me? You're trying to trick me. But when he thought of the chaotic and conflicting medicinal effects in his body that needed this professional to resolve, Fajin could only squeeze out an ugly smile and say to Wu Chen, "I'll have to trouble junior brother to detoxify me." Wu Chen went around to collect spiritual medicine and analyzed its medicinal effects, preparing to detoxify his senior brother. That small group of non-Tual ancient ants lay quietly in the purple gold alms bowl, munching on the primordial fruits and treasured spiritual roots inside. Fajing looked at the 2 or 3 ants in the purple gold alms bowl. His mood had already reached a state of great peace and silence. He chanted softly, "Bodhisattva taught us to cherish the lives of ants. This calamity happened because I had the intention to kill. So Bodhisattva sent junior brother Wu Chen to enlighten me. No anger, no anger, no anger. I'm only afraid that my anger will harm Brahman, and I'll kill with a flick of my finger, falling into the void. Be compassionate, don't be stingy. Senior brother, it's done." Wu Chen fed Fajing the antidote. Fajing felt his chest loosen and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There were countless venomous insects the size of rice grains in the blood, but they were the main medicine to neutralize the poison. He smiled and waved at Wu Chen, saying, "Junior brother, come here. I won't beat you to death." Fajing angrily threw the purple gold alms bowl on the ground. "Eat, eat, eat. I'll eat you to death." With a ferocious expression, he rolled up his sleeves and called Wu Chen over while crushing the spiritual medicine with his feet. Piamokuo pushed aside the grass and looked around. His butt was in the air, and he didn't have the demeanor of a world-destroying demon. A group of Azura demons followed behind him and searched bit by bit. They had already searched for hundreds of miles, but they didn't even see a single non-Tual ancient ant. Piamokuo was already a little nervous. This kind of ancient species comes and goes like ghosts. It's normal that we can't find any trace of them. Piyamokuo said in a low voice, "We have already endured the immeasurable cataclysm. Why are we in such a hurry?" Piyamokuo comforted everyone. But Piyamokuo knew that the Buddhist and demon sects were already involved, and it was no longer the time to be silent in the blood sea calamity eye. After the plan was activated, they had to race against time because if they were late, there would be changes. They had to rush into the sealed land before Dara of the three sects noticed the change in the ultimate and focused on them. Piyamokuo had prepared everything, but he was stuck at this inconspicuous step. Who knew that these ghost ants would be so hard to catch? He prepared a way to subdue the non-Tu'a ancient ants, understood the habits of these ancient species, and was proficient in tracking them based on the traces they left behind, but he couldn't find them. What should he do if he couldn't find them? Should he go and catch a talisman bird? Piyamokuo was going crazy. Chapter 1272. As time passed, the ancient species that appeared in the Hall of Enlightenment became more and more bizarre. Most of these species were not considered powerful, but their intrinsic divine powers were very strange. They seemed to be mixed with the thoughts of the fiend ancestor. There were all sorts of strange and unpredictable species that formed a complete and complicated ecological chain. These ecological chains represented a completely different direction of evolution from the primitive universe. Poyamoko knew that the orthodox creation of the primordial universe was in the hands of Empress Enviwa, Goddess Hutu, and even the Celestial Emperor. However, Patriarch Netherriver, who had created these species, seemed to have a different understanding of creation. Therefore, the ancient species and blood sea monsters here were not divided into natal and acquired. They could not even be included in the cultivation system. They competed, hunted, killed, lived together, and parasitized. Together, they evolved into a rich and colorful ecological chain. What left them the most helpless and difficult to adapt to was the fact that, as the most powerful Tao lords in the universe, they could not find their place in this ecosystem. Sometimes they could slay powerful monsters at the very top of the food chain, but other times they would die at the hands of the most inconspicuous, weakest, and most common species. If they were bitten by a poisonous spider, they could get rid of the poison with true fire. But if they were bitten by a spider of the same species, they would turn into pus the moment they were bitten. These ancient species could not be defined by ranks. Some were golden immortal level beasts, some were sky immortal level poisons, some were yang god level beasts, and some were gold pill level beasts. Ranks did not exist. Poyamatsu did not know which ancient species were connate life forms that even the golden immortals could not afford to provoke. In this world, some existences as weak as ants could live peacefully, but they seemed to face the malice and danger of the whole world. "We can't afford to waste time," Poyamatsu said in a low voice. "I was going to use the safest method, but now it seems that we have to take some risks." The green-haired corpse looked up at the Azura demons, who had lost 3 or 4 people, and said uneasily, "This is still the safest method? Then what is the unsafe method? We are like aliens that have entered this world. The safest method is to stay weak and do nothing, follow the rules here, and integrate ourselves into this world. Therefore, what we are facing is only a small counterattack from the ancient species that lives here to determine our position in the food chain. But there's an even more radical way to play it. We'll invade this world without caring about the consequences and finish what we have to do. Then, we'll retreat before the world attacks us." Piyamokuo said seriously. "What if we can't escape from this world in time?" the green-haired zombie asked uneasily. "Then we will have to face the rebellion of the ancient species." Poyamokuo said in a deep tone, "I hope that at that time a few of us can escape alive and continue our king's great cause and plan." Poyamokuo took out a white skull. Judging from the hollow bone and beak, it was the skull of a bird. Through the skull, one could almost see the distorted space. It was like black lines, messy with a strange rhythm, scattered in the void. It was because of this wonderful vision that the Talisman Count was able to hunt down the non-Tu'a ancient ants everywhere, becoming the natural enemy of this species with the best escape technique. The talisman count couldn't escape into the void, nor could it escape through the void like the non-Tuath ancient ants. However, the talisman count had a special ability. Like spiders, they could sense the slightest movement in the void. Their perception spread out along the lines of space. Whenever the space was distorted or touched, they could sense even the slightest spatial ripple several worlds away. Then they would instinctively eliminate the ripples that didn't match the non-Tuath ancient ants' innate ability. Finally, they would find the target and chase after it. After discovering the non-Tuath ancient ants that escaped into the void, the talisman count would use its long beak to peck into the void and pull the non-Tuath ancient ants out. Therefore, the beak of the talisman count could be used to refine artifacts that could travel through the void. As a material, it could increase the artifact's ability to travel through the void. However, it was most commonly used as a component of a flying artifact. It was responsible for piercing through the surface tension of space like a needle, causing the nearby void tension to be destroyed. This way, the flying artifact could use less power to break through the void. This sort of characteristic wasn't considered much to a small-scale flying magical artifact. But for those flying magical artifacts that carried a minor dimension or even a dimensional dimension to engage in a war between two worlds, every time they activated it, the consumption of strength was like a mountain or a sea, limitless and limitless. Thus, the ability to destroy the tension of space that was required to reduce consumption and strength was of paramount importance. Secondly, the talisman count's soul and eyeball could be used to refine an artifact that could detect spatial ripples. It was also an important part of a flying artifact. It could be called the space radar of the flying artifact. How important a radar was in the military was how important an artifact called the Celestial Finder was. It could be called a strategic resource in the war between the heavens. In the heavens, due to the objective conditions of the Realm Sea War, flying artifact was the most important. It was seen as the embodiment of the strength of the heavens in the war. During the period of time when the situation in the heavens was tense, the talisman count bird was worth billions. It was a precious material that could only be found by luck. Thus, it was hunted by the cultivators of the heavens. If it wasn't for the fact that it required the cooperation of several Dao monarchs and the risk of losing one or two people in order to hunt it, it would have gone extinct long ago. The skull of the talisman count bird is very precious. Poi Mo Qo examined the skull and said, "Even though I had already started planning before the immeasurable aeon, I only have 2 of them. I was planning to use them to trap 1 or 2 living non-Tuath ants, but in order to buy more time, I had to use one of them to create an abnormal spatial ripple in the Hall of Translucence, simulating the ripple caused by the talisman count striking the space with its beak. It will cause the non-Tuath ants living here to become restless. We will use this chance to lock onto the target. Then, regardless of everything, we will capture some of the non-Tuath ants before they escape." Golden threads seeped out of Poi Moq's hand and seeped into the skull of the talisman count bird. The surrounding void stirred up transparent ripples. Poi Moq lightly flicked the skull. A destructive tribulation power, like black lightning, landed on the skull and instantly stimulated all of its potential. A strange illusory talisman count bird materialized. This talisman count bird had 5 colored feathers, like a phoenix, but there were 5 colored runes on the feathers. This talisman count bird's feathers were messy. The runes were not smooth, and some of its feathers were even messy. Its feathers were like arrows shooting out in all directions. Although this talisman count bird had 5 colored feathers, it was chaotic. Therefore, it wasn't a phoenix divine beast, but a ferocious talisman count bird. As soon as the illusory talisman count bird materialized under Poi Moq's control, it probed into the void with its divine beak. Black threads spread out from the surrounding space, spreading out in all directions. An invisible wave of space spread out in the Hall of Translucence. Fa Jing, who had just beaten up his junior disciple, was calmly observing the Nantua ants in the purple gold alms bowl. Suddenly he sensed the strangeness. The Nantua ants in the purple gold alms bowl were restless. They dug holes in the void, preparing to escape. Wait, Great Master Fodging wasn't in a hurry to be happy. Instead, his face darkened and he said in a low voice, "Someone is approaching. It's the remnants of Ro, a Jura demon horde." Fodging raised his head and sensed the group of people charging over arrogantly from the sky. They had triggered the stress response of countless primordial species. A swarm of primordial plague locusts flapped their wings and flew up. There were tens of millions of them, and every single one of them was emitting the aura of pestilence. In an instant, the sky was covered, and the aura of pestilence and disease swept in all directions. Fodging had only brushed against it a little, and he could smell the stench. He could feel his armpits sweating, and his conjured body was dark and filthy. He could only praise them in his heart. The Buddhists only grazed a little, but they already felt injured and mentally exhausted. The Azura demon horde had charged in aggressively from the sky, facing the storm of immemorial plague locusts. How could it end well? The yellow-brown aura of plague, the green-black aura of disease, the purple-black aura of filth, the gray-white aura of aging, and the gray-black aura of decay. Plague, disease, filth, aging, and decay were ignited by the tens of millions of immemorial plague locusts. A trace of Tao was triggered. The five evils, Qi, turned into an ancient heaven court, the incarnation of the great emperor of plague. The plague Qi turned into a huge seal. It was the seal that represented the power of the plague division of the heaven court. The plague Qi turned into the plague whip. The filth Qi turned into the plague banner. The decaying Qi turned into the coma sword, and the aging Qi turned into the headache chime. The projections of these five innate treasures floated in front of the great emperor of plague. With a single strike, a few from the Azura demon horde screamed and fell down from the sky. The others were either covered in blotches or covered in pustules. But Poyamatsu didn't care so much. He activated the power of destruction. His attainment in the Tao of destruction was even higher than the green-haired mummy. He activated the power of destruction and was about to form the final solution. Poyamatsu snarled, "When the Tao is destroyed, even the Tai Chi, the foundation of existence, will crumble, not to mention a mere plague. At the end of the universe, the plague is only a part of the destruction, and it will be destroyed by an even stronger calamity. The plague is also life. When all lives perish, the plague will cease to exist. Destruction calamity, slaughter life calamity, kill the plague." Fodging and the others watched as Poyamatsu turned the slaughter life calamity into the silhouette of the Yuan-Ta sword. The sword Qi swept across and slashed towards herself. The Yuan-Ta sword was the sword of slaughter calamity. It symbolized the slaughter of the heaven and earth. Therefore, the power of slaughter life calamity in the Tao of destruction would turn into the silhouette of the Yuan-Ta sword. The essence of the power of plague was an extremely tiny living being, or rather, a strange life force. Under the power of the slaughter life calamity, these tiny living beings were killed instantly. All the diseases on Poyamatsu's body stopped acting up. However, this was equivalent to torturing himself half to death. Originally, he had already recovered the majestic and ferocious appearance of an Azura and his incomparably powerful innate body. But after the backlash of the destructive tribulation power, he had returned to the miserable appearance of a dried corpse. A few strands of Poyamatsu's hair stuck to her scalp like withered grass. She looked terrifying. He used the slaughtering life tribulation to cut down all the plague creatures and used the destruction tribulation power to devour his body. Now, anything that couldn't exist under the 12 destruction tribulations was meaningless to him. Any attack would be destroyed by his destruction essence first. He was extremely weak, but also extremely powerful. Poyamatsu swung her sword and killed the plague energy on the remaining destruction demon disciples along with the millions of ancient plague locusts. Not good. Grandmaster Fodging was extremely nervous. No matter how he looked at it, these remnants of Ro and destruction demon disciples were here to kill them, ready to fight to the death. Who would have thought that these people had made such a big fuss just to catch ants? Who would have thought? In any case, Fodging could not understand. He saw that Poyamatsu only used one destruction calamity to kill millions of ancient plague locusts. The destruction great Tao could suppress all existences. It was infinitely powerful. He did not dare to let Poyamatsu use her full power. Otherwise, Poyamatsu could drag everyone down with her. Purple gold alms bowl! Grandmaster Fodging put his palms together. The purple gold alms bowl floated from his hands and floated behind his head. The mouth of the alms bowl immediately opened, turning into a boundless world. "Junior brothers, lend me a hand!" Grandmaster Fodging raised his hands high, lifting the huge purple gold alms bowl. He and the dozens of old monks and ascetics behind him opened their hands together, releasing endless light like a scorching sun. The Buddhist light that could illuminate the world was absorbed by the purple gold alms bowl. The light that could illuminate the entire world was gathered at a focal point. The Buddhist light that was as gentle as the morning sun, after the first change of focus, gathered into a scorching golden torrent. Any dark, evil energy that came into contact with this scorching torrent would evaporate. Even if the unparalleled ghost kings or evil beings of the netherworld came out, facing this endless golden torrent of Buddhist light, they would not have any advantage. The golden torrent of Buddhist light changed for the second time, turning into a scorching white, powerful Buddhist light that one could not look at directly, as if it came from the extreme heat of hell. There were a total of 9 scorched structures in the purple gold alms bowl. After the last 9 scorches, the Buddhist light turned into a faint, colorless, indiscernible ray of Buddhist light that pierced through Poya Emo Kyo's heart. In an instant, everything there was vaporized, but Poya Emo Kyo only sneered. "The stronger your arts, the closer I am to the essence of destruction. Move, bald donkey, or I will send you all to the Western Paradise." "What's wrong with seeing my Buddha in the Western Paradise?" Fodging said lightly. "Since the worst result is also a good thing, then this poor monk will risk everything to prevent you all from succeeding. If we die in battle, we will be able to see the revered one of the world. If you all succeed, then it will be the nightmare of all living beings in the myriad worlds. Junior brothers, follow me to slay the demons and defend the Tao." "Ha!" The group of old monks roared in unison. Fodging opened the purple gold alms bowl, and the mouth of the alms bowl suddenly became bigger and bigger in the eyes of the Azura demons. In the end, it covered the entire sky, covering everything. The group of destruction demon followers could not help but fall into the purple gold alms bowl, about to drown in the sea of Buddhist light. At this time, the sea of Buddhist light in the purple gold alms bowl suddenly shook, creating a wave of light. The huge purple gold alms bowl was punched by someone, and the huge purple gold alms bowl flew into the air. The mouth of the alms bowl faced down, sprinkling light rain, causing the Azura demons to squeak, but also allowing the destruction demon followers to struggle out of the purple gold alms bowl. The figure who punched was incomparably majestic. He stood in the void, his body in the hall of enlightenment, like a heavenly pillar above his head. To such a person, the hall of enlightenment was a hall, a heavenly palace. When F.A. Jing and the others stood in the hall of enlightenment, they were like ants, but that figure could support the heavens and the earth. Poyaji. As soon as Fan Wujia and the others stepped into the hall, they saw a powerful figure that emitted an unparalleled aura. It was the body of King Poya, who had knocked the purple gold alms bowl to the ground with a single punch. Great Master Fodging's body trembled violently, and the treasure light of the golden body flew everywhere. Although the punch had landed on the primordial spiritual treasure, the rebounding force still caused their blood and chi to churn and their bodies to almost shatter. The Buddhists regarded the body as a stinky bag of flesh, other than ascetic cultivators who used external forces to temper their bodies, making them tough but lacking in spirituality, which in the eyes of the mystic door would definitely damage their bodies and destroy their potential. The other Buddhist cultivators did not train their bodies at all. All of their magical power was stored in the golden body dharma. Fajing retracted his body and released his own golden body dharma, which only reached the calf of King Poya's body. His arms were bare as he resisted Poya Ji's punch. The punch that King Poya had landed on the purple gold alms bowl had caused the surrounding mountains to tumble and the earth to collapse. The whole world was turned upside down, and countless ancient creatures were alarmed. The Taoist monarch and the others who had just stepped into the hall had no idea what was going on. Yuan Yu looked at the changes in the Hall of Translucence with a dumbfounded expression and screamed, "Run! There's more trouble in here." Fan Wujia did not know what was going on, so he followed behind him and ran. Even though he was busy, he managed to ask, "What's wrong?" "Don't be fooled by the fight now. You'll have to make a list later. This is the experimental field of the River Styx ancestor, not some random world. How dare they destroy the great Empyrean where the demon ancestor of the River Styx is experimenting? I think they're tired of living," Yuan Yu said in horror. "Who the hell knows what they're going to do? Do they really think this is some public street in the universe? Run." When the monsters in the depths of the Hall of Translucence are alerted, these people are dead. The old demons ran out of the hall in a panic. As soon as they got out, they saw a huge ball crashing out of the Hall of Translucence. Fan Wujia looked up, and it was as if he could see the universe falling. The ball rolled twice, and finally stopped next to the plaque of the Hall of Translucence. When they saw the true appearance of the ball, the hair on the back of everyone's neck stood on end. "King Poya!" the Shwe Tu King exclaimed. Something tore off King Poya's head. Good thing it has more than one head. What the hell happened in there? Even Dara's corpse is damaged. It looks like it was torn apart by force. Tearing Dara with bare hands is terrifying. Clang! There was a loud noise that shook the entire Hall of Translucence. All the old demons were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and nearly half of them vomited blood mixed with dark red internal organs when they heard the loud noise. Then they saw a sturdy purple gold alms bowl being smashed out of the Hall of Translucence by something, smashing through the damaged door of the Heavenly Palace. The sharp-eyed Fan Wujia also saw Fajing and the others hiding in the purple gold alms bowl, looking like they were on their last breaths. Chapter 1273. Seeing that the Buddhists were in trouble, the Shwe Tu King was overjoyed. He sharpened his knife and said excitedly, "Fellow Taoists, the Buddhists have provoked some forbidden existences in the Hall of Translucence. Now that they are seriously injured, they can only rely on the innate spiritual treasures to protect themselves. It is time to carry forward the good style of our demonic sect and the good tradition of hitting them when they are down. Let us greet our old acquaintances, lest others say that we are rude for no reason." The Shwe Tu King revealed a kind smile that was full of blood, like a country bumpkin that came out of the corner of the mountain. Ajati picked up the white bone sword and rushed in the direction of the purple gold alms bowl. The yuan qi of his body was torn, and there was a loud explosion. A group of demonic sect leaders were gloating and ready to chase after the fallen dog. In a few leaps, they arrived at the place where the purple gold alms bowl had fallen. They saw that Fajing and the others were pale, and their yuan qi was badly injured. They hid under the protection of the purple gold alms bowl, and the purple gold alms bowl above their heads sprinkled a purple glow to protect themselves. It was as if they were invulnerable and cowardly. Fajing did not seem surprised by the arrival of the demonic sect. Seeing this, Fan Wujia thought, "It seems that everyone knows what the demonic sect is like. The masters are very well prepared." When the blood-soaked demon lord saw this, he was slightly disappointed. His face was full of smiles, and excitement on his ferocious face and the hostility in his bloodshot eyes disappeared without a trace. His benevolent face was like a hypocrite again. He smiled and said to Master Fodging, "Master seems to have suffered a little shock in the Hall of Enlightenment. His old injuries are acting up, and it's not good. Moreover, this place is very dangerous. There are often horrifying monsters and evil followers with ulterior motives. I am very worried for you. Why don't you come to my place to rest for a while? That way you can guard against those people with ulterior motives." When Fodging saw the sincerity on the faces of the people from the fiend path, he could not help but curse. "You came so quickly because you saw that we were injured and couldn't wait to rush over. Isn't the greatest evil cult with unfathomable intentions and evil intentions the fiend path in all the worlds?" But on the surface, Fodging had to pretend to be calm. "They're just small fries, not worth mentioning. With this violet gold alms bowl on my head, I'm impervious to all dharma and all evils. My junior brothers and I will join forces to raise it and borrow the power of this connate numinous treasure to raise the great, revolving, sandalwood Buddha's light. No matter how the outside attacks, no matter how the devilish flames and nether flames wear us down, or how powerful dharma powers destroy us, it won't be able to harm us at all. What's there to worry about?" Master Fodging said with a calm smile. He looked at the group of demon monarchs and said with a hidden meaning, "We, the Buddhist dharma powers and supernatural powers, are the best at defense. When the demons come, even if we take advantage of the time when my junior brothers and I have lost a lot of dharma powers, we won't be able to last until we are exhausted and unable to hold on. Moreover, this place is full of danger. Unlike other places, who would dare to take such a huge risk and accompany me to spend dozens of yuan hui here." Finally, Master Fodging added emphasis on the sentence, "dozens of yuan hui." Although the few demon monarchs knew that he was deliberately exaggerating, the supernatural powers of the Buddhist sect were indeed like a tortoise shell. If they wanted to force them to a dead end, they would have to put in a lot of hard work. The group of them took the risk to come to the depths of the ultimate in search of opportunities. They took great risks and usurped amazing benefits. Who would have the time to waste their origin and compete in endurance with a group of smelly and stubborn old monks? The blood-soaked demon monarch pondered for a moment before he suddenly squatted down beside the purple gold alms bowl and calmly said, "Grand Master is right, but I brought my brothers out to make a living, and this is what we eat. Today my brothers and I worked so hard to protect Grand Master, to protect you from the disturbances of those unfathomable thieves. We worked hard for you. I admire your strength of character. But following my brothers, you can't go without food. Master, please consider our hard work. Give us 1 or 2 tales, so that I can explain to my brothers." The expression on Master Fodging's face stiffened. "Benefactor, are you asking me for a bribe? I'm begging for alms from you." The Shui, 2 kings, said sincerely, "Benefactor, I'm a monk. It has always been monks begging for alms from benefactors, and benefactors giving to monks. There has never been a benefactor asking for benefits from monks." Fa Jing said calmly, "Giving is just to make it easier for you to understand. In fact, we are asking for income from our labor, right? This is a righteous act of being protected by the demon ancestor. According to the rules of the underworld, we protected you to recover, so you should at least give us 2 or 3 taels, right? Take it as the cost of protection. If you don't give it, you have accepted our protection but are not willing to pay for our labor. What kind of behavior is this? Brothers, what kind of behavior is this?" The Shui, 2 king, pointed downwards and stood up. Humph! The group of demon monarchs let out a grunt that contained Tao Lord magic power in unison. They secretly took out their treasures that they were proud of. The Shui, 2 king, knocked on the bamboo stick and said, "Master, don't forget who forced you into this situation. That group of destruction demon disciples, are the remnants of Ro still around? When we turn around and leave, if you happen to bump into that group of people, they won't be as reasonable as us. You are injured because your magic power is greatly weakened, but their injuries are close to the essence of destruction. They are like wounded beasts, more dangerous. Fa Jing kept his mouth shut. He knew that the Shui-Tu King was threatening him. If he did not comply, he would plot against them and bump into the Azura remnants of Ro. Now that they were injured, it was inevitable that they would be at a loss. It would be difficult for them to leave without leaving a trace. If the group of demon sect people were determined to plot against them, it would not be difficult to lure the Azura demons here. It would also be difficult for him to erase the traces and escape. Moreover, what the Shui-Tu King said was right. The more injured the destruction demon disciples were, the more dangerous they would be. The reason why the two sides did not join forces and eliminate the most dangerous force was because they were afraid that the remnants of Ro would die together with them. At the entrance of the Hall of Translucence, a towering figure came out from the hall. He was covered in injuries. One of his heads was torn off, and one of his arms was broken. He looked extremely miserable, filled with the smell of blood and slaughter. Although he was a corpse, Poya King's body still exuded a bloody spirit. The blood chi circulating in his body was slightly weaker, but it was stronger and more vigorous. It was as if the corpse had stretched out his muscles and bones. Although his appearance was terrible, his combat power had reached a new height. Fa Jing's expression changed, and he said, "All right. Then I'll tell you some things in exchange for your protection. These Azura demons want to enter the place where the Ro demon ancestor is sealed, which is also the core of the ruins of End, the Void, their savior, the Ro demon ancestor. And if there really is an eternal and unchanging Dara heaven in the ruins of End, then it can only exist in the Void, in Ro's seal. If you want to break through the seal, you will need 3 things. The first is the ancient, non-Tual ancient ant that lives in Hall of Translucence. The second is an extremely powerful killing treasure. The third is an extremely profound cultivation in algebra. Nonsense, the Shui-Tu King sneered. With just them, they want to save the Ro demon ancestor. Back then, Ro's old subordinates gathered all their strength and killed their way into the ruins of End, but they couldn't do it. How dare these defeated soldiers and a few stinky fish and shrimps dream of it? Don't forget, back then, Paji and Vemakaitra led their army into the depths of the ruins of End and even barged into the Rose Seal. Even though they died in the end, they had barged into the depths of the ruins of End and met the Ro. They knew of some terrifying secrets of the ruins of End, so they left some backup plans for their subordinates and set up a trap to save the Ro again after the endless calamity. This is very normal. Great Master, Fa Jing sighed. In reality, it was because we discovered some secrets left behind by the Ro's subordinates that we got involved in this calamity. In that case, how did the Buddhists know about these? The Shui-Tu King seemed to be thinking about the truth of Fa Jing's words. The secrets hidden in the ruins of End run through the most ancient era of the primordial world and are extremely terrifying. This isn't a corner of the heavens that is neglected by the people, but a place where the eyes of the influential people are gathered. When the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor attacked the ruins of End, who knows how many great divine arts practitioners were alarmed. Many people took this opportunity to lay down a chess piece in the ruins of End and led the Azura kings to barge into many forbidden lands that buried shocking secrets. In the end, it caused such a commotion that even old ancestor River Styx had no choice but to take action personally to cut off the prying eyes of some people on the ruins of End. However, these secrets still ended up in the hands of some people. Fa Jing said faintly. The Shui-Tu King's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "The remnants of the Ro demon ancestor, the former subordinates of Poya." Old ancestor River Styx used the blood sea to trap them, but at the same time he protected them. No one knew what old ancestor River Styx intended to do, so they could only let them live in the blood sea of Calamity Eye. However, this stalemate was also broken by some people with ulterior motives. Therefore, Brahma Wu Jia, who had the karma of Dara heaven, fell into the blood sea of Calamity Eye. This was not a coincidence, but someone with ulterior motives used his existence to allow the three religions to enter the blood sea of Calamity Eye and come into contact with the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor. Since the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor river Styx's blood sea protected them from the outside world, how did you know some of the secrets? The Shui Tu king was puzzled. Fa Jing lowered his head and fell into silence. On the other hand, Brahma Wu Jia, who was listening at the side, was drenched in cold sweat. Apparently, when he was connected to the karma of Dara heaven, he had already caught the attention of some people. Because he attracted the attention of the three religions, someone wanted him to enter the blood sea of Calamity Eye and come into contact with the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor. They wanted to activate the secrets of the endless calamity so that they could fish in troubled waters. Now, the people of the three religions had come into contact with the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor. Who knew if any of them had obtained some terrifying secrets? Were there really no pawns of the three religions among the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor? Because Brahma Wu Jia was connected to the karma of the three religions, he was used as a pawn to get in contact with the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor. At the same time, the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor were also used to promote the karma of the appearance of the Dara demon ancestor. It was almost impossible for Brahma Wu Jia to find the deepest part of the ultimate, which was the heaven of Dara. Even with the help of the three religions, the hope was still slim. Only the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor, who had been studying the seal of Ro demon ancestor since the beginning of the endless Calamity Eye, could he safely enter the deepest part of the ultimate, the land of nothingness. Yuan Yu suddenly said, "The information from the Buddhist League is very clear. You should know that not all the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor were sealed in the blood sea of Calamity Eye. There is still an old subordinate of Ro demon ancestor who is still free and unfettered." Shimori, Brahma Wu Jia, and the other demon monarchs exclaimed. Originally, I thought that King Shimori was exiled to the primordial corroding blood sea because he was not valued by the demon ancestor of the river Styx. He was raised by his stepmother, or he was stuck between the demon ancestor of the Ro demon ancestor and the demon ancestor of the river Styx. Now, it seems that his identity was indeed awkward. But the real reason why he was not rewarded was because he knew too much. The demon ancestor of the river Styx had exiled him to the primordial corroding blood sea, to the site of his incarnation, was actually to protect him, lest he was killed by some powerful beings who were unhappy that their secrets were exposed. Yuan Yu analyzed calmly. Only then did Brahma Wu Jia understand. So, the one who schemed against us to break the stalemate was also him, because it was too hard for a person to bear such secrets alone. If he wanted to gain safety and freedom, he had to make sure that these deadly secrets no longer had the value of being kept a secret. That was why he used us to release the remnants of the Ro demon ancestor. It's not that simple. The Shui Tu king sneered. I think he wanted to take advantage of us. The Shui Tu king was using the thinking of the demon monarch to guess King Shimori's thoughts, and Brahma Wu Jia was speechless. The killing cult leader also calmed down. He knew clearly that the situation had become even more complicated. The secret of the heaven of Dara was already coveted enough. Now, there was also the secret of some great divinities hidden in the ultimate. The sect leader of the killing sect sensed a strong conspiracy. Almost instinctively, he sounded the alarm in his heart. Old monk, just tell me, what secret do you know? The group of Taoists from the Fiend League and the Buddhist League remained silent. Fa Jing remained silent for a long while, then sighed and said, I only know that King Shimori has been crafting a supreme treasure of killing, and since the beginning of the Aeon Eons he has been secretly working hard to imitate the 4 famous killing swords of the primordial era. He is replicating the 4 immortal slaying swords. The Shui-Tu king stood up in shock, and he was truly moved. What is he trying to do? At this moment, even Yuanyu could not control his madly beating heart. Is he trying to snatch the number 1 killing treasure of the sect? Is Shimori out of his mind? How can he touch this thing? Although Ajadi could still maintain his composure, his trembling hands, which were behind his back, had betrayed his true feelings. He was terrified. The 4 immortal slaying swords. How could they be touched so easily? If they were touched, many people would die. This was not an ordinary tribulation. The number 1 killing treasure in the post-historic era. How much blood had it been stained since it was born? When the 4 immortal slaying swords were born for the first time, Ro caused the first demonic tribulation in the prehistoric era. Many innate gods and celestial Lord Dara died and reincarnated. Daozu, one of the 3 pure ones, subdued Ro and thus stood out. He guided Ro to the demonic soil and established the foundation of the Western sect. Ancestor River Styx schemed against Ro, so he stepped onto the stage of the prehistoric era as the orthodox Pango and established the Panga demon path. Queen Hoto led the 12 witches to protect the people of the earth during the demonic tribulation and united them to establish the witches. Emperor Heaven, the primordial demon emperor, also relied on Ro to become famous in the prehistoric era and gathered a group of innate living beings and ancestral gods. The ancestral dragon ruled the 4 seas, and the phoenix commanded hundreds of birds. The Duke of the East, the Queen Mother of the West, Empress Wa, Empress Shi, and too many powerful cultivators had shown their prowess in this tribulation. It was easy to imagine what kind of bloodshed the 4 fairy-slaying swords had stirred up when they were in the hands of Luoho. After Ro was defeated, the 4 immortal slaying swords fell into the hands of sect leader Tongtian. When they appeared again, it was the great tribulation of the immortals, the war of deification. The Jia sect and the Chan sect fought each other to the death. The civil war of the Mystic Door almost cut off the luck of the 2nd generation of the Mystic Door. Countless mighty Dara died and reincarnated, or were apotheosized. The influence did not disappear until the prehistoric era was broken. According to the legend, the 4 immortal slaying swords appeared for the 3rd time when the prehistoric era was broken. Someone once claimed that in the battle to seal Luoho, they had caught a glimpse of the 4 fairy-slaying swords. Some said that sect leader Tongtian despised the 4 fairy-slaying swords in the Battle of Deification, so he abandoned them and sealed Luoho. Some said that after Luoho shattered the untainted land, he attained the great Tao of destruction, and his power skyrocketed. The 4 fairy-slaying swords were killing treasures that were compatible with the great Tao of destruction, so they automatically surrendered and fell into the returning ruins. Some said that as the first master of the 4 fairy-slaying swords, the 4 fairy-slaying swords had his imprint, so he could control them to surrender. Anyway, the most widely spread legend about the 4 immortal slaying swords, the number 1 killing treasure in the postnatal world, was that they finally fell into the ultimate. This scene was witnessed by countless mighty figures, so it was highly credible. Of course, these powerful beings couldn't tell if it was really the 4 immortal slaying swords. They could only sense an extremely terrifying aura that seemed to be able to extinguish all Daos and erase all living things. The 4 sword shadows fell into the ultimate ruin. If the legend was true, then the 3 times the 4 immortal slaying swords appeared in the world, they triggered the devil tribulation of Ro, the war of deification, and the destruction of the prehistoric era. If this was the 4th time, what kind of tribulation would it cause? The falling of all heavens, the ultimate of all Daos? Nothing happens more than 3 times. The 4th tribulation caused by the 4 immortal slaying swords might be more terrifying than the previous 3 combined. It might be the end. The Shui-Tu sect leader's voice trembled. The The four immortal slaying swords were originally Ro demon ancestors accompanying spiritual treasures. If Ro demon ancestor really summoned the four immortal slaying swords at the last moment before being sealed, then it might not be impossible for Ro to use it to break the seal. Everyone, be it the Buddha or the demon, fell silent. This topic was too taboo. You mean? Fan Wu Jie pondered and said, when Ro's old subordinates fought their way into the ultimate, they might have received instructions from Ro and grasped the method to use the four immortal slaying swords to break Ro's seal. They even had the ability to use a bit of the power of the four immortal slaying swords. As the only surviving Azure King, Shemo Li naturally knew this. So he copied the four immortal slaying swords and wanted to use this opportunity to seize the sect's #1 killing treasure. Ro was already sealed. If he could temporarily control the four immortal slaying swords through the means left by Ro, it is not impossible. Yuan Yu gasped and said, Shemo Li is so ambitious. The Shui, two kings' voice interrupted, and he sat on the ground. Looking at Fa Jing and the other bald donkeys, he spat on the purple gold alms bowl and said, Bald donkeys, the pockmarks on your heads are not pockmarks, they are scams. You call this the reward for our labor? You know you are not confident, so you want to drag us down with you. So, demon monarch, what do you mean? The Shui, two kings, said with a sad face, I am a direct descendant of the river Styx demon ancestor, the Blood Sea Orthodox. Knowing that Ro demon ancestor wants to break the seal, what can I do? Do I have a choice? He turned and scolded his fellow demon sect Taoists. If any of you dares to run away or slack off, just wait for me to report you to the massacre demon ancestor. The river Styx demon ancestor has the Yuan-to sword in his hand and is using the killing calamity. Do you really think you can escape? If you don't do your best, then you are Ro's accomplice. Just wait for your death. It will not be easy even if you die. Don't forget, the Blood Sea River Styx might be in the netherworld. The group of old demons who had just received the news and were a little absent-minded and distracted instantly perked up. The demon ancestor had his own way of controlling his subordinates, but none of the demons dared to take the Shui, two kings, threat lightly.